Good morning. Today is Thursday, April 18th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. If you would please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions, will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and get them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make a public comment? Please step forward. There appearing to be no one in Carson City. Here in Las Vegas, public comment.
Hi, good morning. Jesus Landeros for the Culinary Union, JESUS LANDERS. Here's my public comment. Stations Casinos, its parent company, Red Rock Resorts, Inc., and its properties face a series of National Labor Relations Board cases that together constitute one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in history. On March 29th, a U.S. administrative law judge issued an order setting the next hearing dates in an ongoing unfair labor practice trial over a complaint that was issued in April 2021. In-person hearings in Las Vegas will resume for that on July 30th, 2024, and will take place that entire week. We welcome this development. Stations Casinos has a large footprint in Las Vegas, and their actions have a wide reach in our community. Turning our attention to the specifics, back in April 2021, the NLRB's general counsel alleged that Red Rock Resorts and 10 affiliated casino hotels in Las Vegas engaged in a scheme to use employee layoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic to undermine unions that were representing or seeking to represent their employees. That trial will resume in July. In the meantime, also back in April 12th of 2022, an administrative law judge issued a 138-page decision and proposed order requiring Stations Casinos, Red Rock Casino to bargain with the Culinary and Bartenders unions. This decision follows the injunction issued by U.S. District Court that was also later affirmed by the Ninth Circuit. In this 2022 decision, the administrative law judge wrote, quote, "Here, as fully discussed above, there is abundant evidence, both direct and circumstantial, that the company's motive for developing, approving, and ultimately announcing the new benefits and programs at Red Rock back in December 10th and 11th was to undermine the Culinary Union's campaign. Indeed, it's hard to imagine a stronger evidentiary record supporting the general counsel's and the union's allegations." End quote there. The NLRB and DC is now reviewing this decision in response to Stations Casino's request. However, we do expect yet another victory from the NLRB soon. Today, we encourage the board to examine the abundant evidence of company records and testimony. The facts and evidence, in our opinion, will be on the side of the workers. So to conclude, in light of these proceedings, we welcome the resumption of these hearings this summer. And for the record, we want to insist that any Stations Casino gaming license holder who testifies under oath in these future hearings provide credible testimony. Thank you.
Do you have a copy of your comments?
Yes, I'll provide comments or the copies at the end. I'll be providing translation.
Okay.
Good morning. Mi nombre es José Raimundo García. Trabajo en Boulder Station por 8 años. Soy cocinero. El motivo del cual deseo tener por el tener mis mejores beneficios como pensión, aseguranza, culinaria y por lo cual no se respeta nada en el área de trabajo, como como en el horario de días de descanso, incluso los beneficios que no son parejos en la compañía que todos tenemos que ganar igual. Gracias. Thank you.
So here's the translation of his statement. My name is Jose Raimundo Garcia. I worked at Boulder Station for 8 years. I am a cook. The reason why I want to have a union is to have the best benefits such as a pension and culinary insurance. And because nothing is respected in our work area, such as the schedule and days off, even the benefits are not equal in the company. We should all earn benefits equally. Thank you. So that concludes.
Thank you. Are you going to give the comments in now?
The written comments?
The comments, the other gentleman said he would give them.
Oh, yeah, sure. There we go. We've got all of them right there. They're all together.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rory Kirkendall. I'm here for the Culinary Union. I'll spell my name. It's Rory, R-O-R-Y. Last name Kirkendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L. I'm here today to ask for your attention to certain issues we have found regarding Virgin Las Vegas. Specifically, I'm here to talk about JCLPF Vegas LLC, which is the owner of Virgin Las Vegas Hotel, according to the website of Juniper Capital, and one of Juniper Capital's managing partners, Jay Wolf, who is the chairman of the board of JCLPF Vegas LLC and the owner of Virgin Las Vegas Hotel. Jay Wolf has been involved in many companies in a career that spans 2 decades. However, it is not clear that he has ever been involved in an investment on the scale of Virgin Las Vegas, which was purchased for $500 million in 2018 and renovated for another $200 million. Jay Wolf worked at Trinidad Capital Management LLC from 2003 to 2009. Trinidad managed an activist hedge fund primarily focused on distressed small cap public companies. From 2007, he was on the board of his company called Zoo Entertainment Incorporated, and he became executive chairman of the board in February of 2010. The video game company had a market cap of approximately 5.8 million and sales of 63 million in 2011. 2020, Wolf was designated as the director of IMH Financial Corporation, according to an SEC filing from April 29th of that year. In July 2020, the Wall Street Journal reported that JP Morgan was to take over that company after it filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy on Thursday, July 23rd, 2020. According to the Our Approach website on Juniper's website, Juniper focuses on distressed or undervalued real estate assets that may require substantial repositioning or involve complex workout and restructuring issues. In the investment parameters section, they identify their investment size as 10 million to 250 million. Some of their other recent investments, both from 2019, include a lodge in New Mexico acquired using a $15 million mezzanine loan, and a 133-room hotel in New York acquired out of bankruptcy court for $8 million. A major casino resort like Virgin Las Vegas, non-gaming operations play a significant role. It is of crucial importance that non-gaming operations are run successfully, and we encourage you to review Jay Wolf's background. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, AIRA-MAEDUYANEN. My comments concern the Rampart Casino at the resort at Summerlin and the gaming license of Shiraz Ali Jafarali Lalji, who died March 28, 2020, but was listed as having an active gaming license until March 21st, 2024. Mr. Lalji was listed as an active beneficiary and director within the ownership structure of the Rampart Casino, according to a Nevada Gaming Control Board location details report for the property for March 15, 2024. On March 21st, we gave public comment to the Nevada Gaming Commission about Mr. Lalji, asking the commission for clarification on whether Mr. Lalji should be removed. That day, the Nevada Gaming Control Board changed Mr. Lalji's status as shown on the location details report from beneficiary and director to removed. As of Monday, April 17th, the report lists Mr. Logi as deceased within the casino's ownership structure, but continues to list him as active. Today, we seek further clarification. According to the Control Board report, Mr. Logi died on March 28, 2020. His role as beneficiary and director within the Rampart Casino ownership structure was removed on March 21, 2024. We have two questions. Why was deceased Mr. Logi listed as having a gaming license for almost 4 years after his death? And why is a deceased Mr. Logi still, as of April 17th, reported as an active within the Rampart Casino ownership structure? We request answers to these important questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for March 2024.
I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the prior month's disposition. If there are no questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item 9. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments before I call for a motion on item 9? There being none, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Secretary, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And there are none opposed. Moving on to the restricted consent items. Madam Secretary, if you could please read those into the record.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 6 through 8, 10 through 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe I have a disclosure on these items.
Yes, thank you very much. United Coin Machine Company and Century Gaming Technologies are adverse to a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions or comments before I call for a motion? There appearing to be none. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Madam Secretary, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items number 6 to 8 and 10 through 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And there are none opposed. We'll now move to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could bring us, read into the record, non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Gold Dust Reno LLC doing business as Gold and Silver Inn for a non-restricted gaming license and the application of Matthew Denning for licensure as a key employee. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you very much. Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, represents Jacobs Entertainment, Inc. in the purchase of the Gold and Silver Inn and in connection with the expansion of the Gold Dust West Casino in Reno, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck here on behalf of the applicant. Also here today is Matthew Denning. He's appearing by video from Carson City. We'd like to thank you for allowing him to appear from the Carson City Chambers. He's busy with his duties there, getting ready for the transition of the property. The parent company, Jacobs Entertainment, Inc., is a developer, owner, and operator of gaming and entertainment facilities in various regions throughout the United States. Here in Nevada, its subsidiaries operate Gold Dust West in Reno. And as you may recall, Mr. Denning appeared as key employee for that location before you in January. They also operate Gold Dust West Carson City, Gold Dust West Elko, and the J Resort, which was formerly Sands Regency. Jacobs subsidiaries also operate the Lodge Casino and the Gilpin Casino in Black Hawk, Colorado, and the Louisiana Cash Magic Truck Plaza and Casino. Jacobs is now adding this new Nevada property, the Gold and Silver Inn, which is situated across the street from Gold Dust West and close to J Resort. All three are in the heart of Reno's Neon Line district in downtown. The Gold and Silver Inn is a casual restaurant with a bar and 30 slot machines. It has been a Reno landmark for over 50 years. It's been in the Payne family since 1962. A Jacobs affiliate acquired the real property in 2022 and has been leasing it to Mr. Payne's company. That lease is set to expire, which is why we're before you today asking for approval for Gold Dust West to take over operations. The company intends to preserve the Gold and Silver Inn with some rehabilitation. Though plans are still in the early stages, the company sees this location as a gaming and entertainment facility that complements the other offerings in the the Neon Line district. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you for being here. Because Commissioner Krolicki is up there, I'm going to go ahead and ask him if he has any questions or comments that and let him start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you for indulging my northern appearance today, but it gives me the pleasure to be with Mr. Denning in person. Thank you, Ms. Vermees, for your comments and introduction. Again, familiar face. We've just seen you most recently, and things have not changed. Delighted to know that you're planning to keep most of the staffing. I think that you said there are 45 existing, perhaps going down to 35, but need to ramp up. And I'm looking forward to what you do plan to do with the property in the next year or two. I think that was your time horizon. Please look both ways before you cross the street. But I'm perfectly comfortable with the application and delighted to support it this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up to questions or comments by my colleagues here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Denning, thank you. And I echo Commissioner Krolicki's comments about the fact that you're retaining as many team members as wish to stay on, which is one of our biggest priorities with all of the current wages and benefits that they have today. I commend you for that very much. Ms. Vermees mentioned that the property will continue to run as it is today with some improvements. Are you able to elaborate any on that, on what plans you have in the short term?
So we're still in the early phases, just like our attorney said. In the short term, the short term is just to keep running it as is, get to know the property, get a feel for it, and then next year we'll start working on some of our plans. I'm more than happy to submit future plans to you when we know something. Absolutely.
Thank you for that response. Obviously, we're always excited about new developments in our industry, and I will have no hesitation in supporting your applications today with the information in front of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for appearing in front of us today, Mr. Denning. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for your service, albeit brief, in the Navy. And I have absolutely no areas of concern. It's good to see you again. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
I don't have anything further. I too commend the company on what they're doing for the employees. I think that's important, and all of my other questions are addressed during the board meeting. So thank you.
Well, we have Agent Simpson to thank for that.
Sir, I don't have anything to add. I'm just going to echo all the comments of my fellow commissioners. And I do thank you for being here today to answer any questions. And so at this time, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Craig Toner for licensure as an officer and director at Aristocrat Technologies, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Here before you today is Mr. Craig Terrence Toner. He's coming in as CFO, Secretary, Treasurer, and Director of Aristocrat Technologies, Inc. He appeared before the board approximately 2 weeks ago. And as at the board, he's prepared, of course, to give you an overview of his background, or he's happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hi,
Good morning.
how are you?
Good, thank you.
How would you feel about just reintroducing yourself? I know we've had an opportunity to review the board meeting, but it's always nice to meet you in person and hear from you in person.
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commission members. As you may be able to tell from my accent, I actually grew up in New Zealand, where I went to the University of Waikato, achieving a Bachelor of Management Studies, majoring in accounting and finance. Subsequently, I held several financial accounting roles and achieved my postgrad qualification of a chartered accountant in New Zealand, Australia. And that's where I learned the baseline financial acumen, integrity, and morals. Post that, I joined Lion Nathan, who is a major Australasian brewer, and in 1999 moved to Australia through acquisition growth in that market, where I held a 20-year career covering several commercial finance roles. And that's where I learned, again, most major aspects of a company and the businesses within it, as well as the responsibility of operating in a heavy regulated industry, being alcohol. In 2017, through a conversation and several following interviews, I joined Aristocrat, initially as the head of finance for Asia Pacific, and then over the last 5 years expanding to cover the global finance team for the entire gaming business. So I have finance teams in Australia, Asia, Europe, and also America. In that CFO role, we are responsible for the integrity of the financial numbers, as well as developing strategy and insights to continue the growth of the business, as well as partnering the business on all deal structures, budgeting, and forecasts. To wrap up, a brief description of my existing licensing. I'm licensed in most US states, currently approved in approximately 200 individual jurisdictions in the US. I'm also licensed in several overseas markets in Asia, Australia, Europe, and I've got approximately 20 to 30 licenses given the week pending progress. Thank you very much. Welcome any questions.
Well, we have a spreadsheet with your licensing history, and I feel a little guilty about the number of trees that were involved in creating this document. Print it out for everyone. But thank you for that. We appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners here in Las Vegas first, and then we'll move to Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Turner. Welcome, of course, properly to Nevada. A very colorful, extensive background. And you must be very torn. I mean, I assume you follow rugby, but if you lived in New Zealand and in Australia, who do you support? Is it the Australian Wallabies or the New Zealand All Blacks?
We'll talk about the Rugby World Cup final another day.
Well, you did not win that, as you well know. Is that why we're going to talk?
Oh,
Is that why we're going to talk about it another day? I support the Springboks. I'm so sorry.
I know. I did pick up.
But nonetheless, welcome and a very impressive background, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. Welcome. It's so good to see you in person. I enjoyed watching your presentation and the presentation you provided us with today. How has your movement to Las Vegas? I know you moved here in 2022, a little culture shock. You just got your house here.
It was a culture shock, especially hard for my two children who were 16 and 14 at the time. Well adjusted now, busy applying for college, and we just bought a house 3 months ago and moved in. So proud to call it Nevada. Oh, not Nevada.
Look at that.
It's very conscious thinking.
You're local now. Well, welcome. I have no areas of concern. I'm very impressed with your background and licensed in 200 jurisdictions plus. It's just very impressive. So nice to meet you.
So this will be your third or second summer in Las Vegas?
It'll be our third.
Okay, so you're used to the surface of the
Oh, yeah.
sun already. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't. Welcome. And all of my questions have been answered during the board meeting and today. So thank you for being here.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Toner. Welcome. Thoroughly enjoyed your presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board. Mr. Burnett, it's always a pleasure to see you as well. But with your extensive licensing history and presence with Aristocrat, the reasons you came on board with them 5 years ago, I'm wonderfully comfortable and I wish you all the best. And you bring a tremendous amount of resource, skill, and experience to Aristocrat. Fortunate to have you.
Thank you.
I agree with all the comments and everything that's been said, and obviously appreciate you being here today. And I'm in support of your application. So at this time, I would ask my colleagues for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to move for approval of non-restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5.
Unrestricted number 5 are the applications of Aristocrat Leisure Limited for an acquisition of control of Neo Games SA, finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Pty Ltd, to pledge the equity securities of Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Pty Ltd as noted on the agenda, and for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the applications of Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Pty Ltd for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Anoxi Investments Limited, and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Neo Games SA. It is also the applications of Anoxi Investments Limited for registration as an intermediary company and to merge Anoxi Investments Limited into Neo Games SA, with Neo Games SA as the surviving company. You also have the application of Neo Games SA for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation. It is also the application of Neo Games SA to be known as Neo Ltd for registration as an intermediary company. Finally, you have the applications of Tracy Elkerton and Craig Toner for finding of suitability as a director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you so much. Neo Games SA, Neo Games SA PTC, and Neo Games Systems Limited. My partner, Glenn Light, at Lewis Roca represents Elizabeth McNabb to assist with withdrawing her pending applications before the Nevada Gaming Control Board, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Krolicki has a disclosure.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry I didn't previously share this with you, but I noted that Mr. Scott Scherer appeared in front of the Gaming Control Board on behalf of Neo Games. Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney, but I conclude that the relationship does not affect the judgment of a reasonable person in my situation, and therefore I plan to fully participate in this discussion and vote.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Once again, A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano here representing Aristocrat Leisure Limited. Madam Chair, members of the Commission and Executive Secretary Rupert, Tracy Elkerton, the Chief Compliance Officer for the company, is here with me. And as I'm sure you're aware, she gave a very lengthy and detailed presentation at the Gaming Control Board. She is prepared to give you a summary presentation today. Or of course, we're happy to answer any questions you have. Essentially, this is, as the Executive Secretary noted, the acquisition of Neo Games, an already currently licensed Nevada entity by Aristocrat Leisure Limited. The company is very excited about this transaction. It's happy to go forward as you please, Chair.
I think the record should reflect also we have a materials that include
You do.
12 slides.
And we would like to designate that as confidential.
Okay,
However, Ms. Elkington's prepared to skim through that should you wish.
I will, I would appreciate a skim through
Okay,
for the record.
very good.
But you don't have to go through, highlight for us what you think is most important to have in the record, and then I'll open it up for questions. And we appreciate when you provide the written materials for us. It's helpful as a summary. And so when you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Tracy Elkerton, and I'll spell that. It's Elkerton. As AG mentioned, I'm Aristocrat's Chief Compliance Officer. I'm a director of many of the company's subsidiary entities, including Aristocrat Technology Gaming Systems Proprietary Limited, which is the entity acquiring Neo Games. As AG also mentioned, we delivered a presentation to the board recently, and we said at that presentation that we believe this transaction will be transformational to our business and lays the foundation to fulfill our ambition to be a leader in the online gaming space. Over the next few minutes, we'll step through the acquisition and our funding arrangements, our strategic rationale, the next steps to get us to completion, and we will also share an update on the regulatory approvals. We'd then like to answer any questions that the Commission may have, and I have some colleagues here with me to assist with that today. Turning to slide 4 of the deck we provided to the Commission members, Aristocrat conducted extensive background checks on Neo Games, its shareholders, its directors and officers, and its key employees in advance of this transaction. We found no derogatory information as part of that process, and our Regulatory and Compliance Committee approved the suitability of Neo Games on the 2nd of May last year. Shortly after this approval, we entered a business combination agreement to acquire 100% of Neo Games, and that includes their 4 complementary business segments: Aspire Core, which is an iGaming and online sportsbook business; Pariplay, which is an aggregation platform; B2Bet, which is a sportsbook solution; and Neo Games, which is an iLottery platform. The total consideration for the acquisition is approximately 1.5 billion Australian dollars, or just over $1 billion US, which we will fund through existing cash that we have in the group today. We intend to use a combination of internal dividends, intercompany loans, and the issuance of shares to make the final payments to Neo shareholders at close. Slide 6 outlines the key strategic reasons for the acquisition, and I'll just touch on 3 of those. Positioning Aristocrat with global scale and capability in the online gaming industry, creating significant revenue opportunities by linking Aristocrat's content and relationships, particularly our gaming regulatory relationships, together with Neo Games' platform and technology. And we will also acquire, as part of this transaction, an experienced and proven management team that will help us continue to scale this business. Slide 8 sets down the key steps that we intend to complete over the coming days, and as I'm sure you can imagine, there's a lot to happen between now and close. The first step is that Neo Games will re-domicile to the Cayman Islands, and we're targeting the 24th of April for that to occur. Neo Games shares that are currently traded on NASDAQ will then cease trading. And then finally, the following day, Neo Games will hold a shareholder meeting as a Cayman company, and shareholders will be asked to vote again, and they'll be asked to approve the merger of the 2 entities. As we shared with the board, we view this vote as merely a corporate formality, as the shareholders of the company have already approved the acquisition and the merger by an overwhelming majority. We do not anticipate any obstacles to completing these steps. After they have been completed, the acquisition will be closed and Neo Games will become part of the Aristocrat family. We anticipate close will occur immediately after the shareholder vote on the 25th. Finally, we are pleased to confirm that we've now secured all of the relevant antitrust, foreign investment, and remaining gaming regulatory prior approvals to proceed to close. We received the final approval yesterday from Louisiana, just in the nick of time. We hope this abbreviated presentation has been beneficial for the Commission and demonstrates our ongoing commitment to this vibrant industry. Happy to take any questions, the Commission.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I will start with Commissioner Kruliki this time. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Elkerton, thank you for being in front of us. And again, Mr. Burnett, always welcome. This is familiar territory for you. What an exquisite compliance background. I loved the conversation you had. It was incredibly thorough, but having, I believe, a degree and these kind of things was pretty good. I think you are the first person I've encountered devoted their graduate and undergraduate studies towards such a degree. One question I had was if there was an update from Louisiana. You've already answered that, so that was a comfortable and unanimous approval yesterday.
It was, and there were we were actually in an executive leadership meeting when that came through, so there were a few cheers that went up. We were desperately waiting for that approval.
Timing is everything. But I know Aristocrat is such a fine company and such scope and breadth, but you've managed to find a way to make it even more comprehensive. It's a compelling strategic story for your company. This acquisition, I get it. It's exciting. But not only for your company and those involved, but I think for the gaming industry and for Nevada, I think it's a great development. So congratulations. No concerns on the various items in front of us today. And again, welcome and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing further. I was very impressed with the presentation to the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and I echo Commissioner Krylicki's comments about the reputation of Aristocrat. I'll have no problem in supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I am a Wallaby supporter.
I suspected. You all showed up today. What's going on? Okay.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much for the concise abridged version. I did watch the other presentation, which was very thorough. Leaves no other questions for me other than who picked the graphics on these materials. I have never seen, and this is not my favorite one. There are a number I couldn't pick. This is the one I'd like to talk to. Who picked these pictures? Whoever did this should get a raise because they're adorable.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the CEO.
Whoever did it, please give them credit and tell them that I just really, we look at material sometimes at 2 a.m. and I'm looking through and I'm thinking, well, this is cute. Who came up with this? But I'm interested just on a technical aspect. I understand that there was a 99.99 something % vote for the meeting with the extraordinary general meeting of the NeoGame shareholders that was held on July 18th, 2023. How was that meeting attended? How many people attended? Was it all virtual? Was it in a public forum? I'm just interested in terms of how that came to be and how many people actually attended on the shareholder side.
Sure. I may have to call one of my colleagues. I'm not sure, Joyce, if you have that information, or Scott, perhaps.
And I was remiss, Madam Chair. Mr. Shearer is representing Neo Games, and he's also for questions. Scott?
Thank you. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. Commissioner Brown, I don't know that answer, but I'm hoping that perhaps Ms. Edgar, who is on Zoom with us this morning, actually night she is, but might be able to give us some more information.
Yeah. Good morning. I was just curious about the numerosity. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. The votings of the shareholders were done through proxy. Some of them were through email, meaning digital voting, and we did reach such a high number. We have shareholders, founding shareholders who have a majority, and the public.
Thank you. I was just curious. It was such a high number. I wanted to know what the actual process was.
Thank you.
I have no areas of concern, and a very interesting presentation and very granular. I appreciate all of the detail.
Thank you.
So having been chair for several years now, should I be concerned no one's cheering when we're approving things?
We're always cheering internally.
Yeah. Thank you. I have no additional questions or concerns. I appreciate all the materials and what was presented at the board and this abbreviated presentation today and the opportunity to get to ask questions. So thank you for that. Should we move on to the individual?
Madam Chair, did you say individuals?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Toner is on the agenda towards the end. He's just been licensed by you, of course, but Ms. Elkerton, of course, is very well prepared to give a very thorough and detailed background of herself. She just can't wait to tell you the
For a
truth.
short one.
Well, I think we had a preview through Commissioner Krolicki and his comments. I think we're all going to echo those comments. But, you know, if you don't mind, brief. You don't have to.
Across the pond, I'm happy to share.
Perfect.
So I have been, as you may have seen in the investigation report, I have been at Aristocrat for almost 26 years now, and always in the compliance function. I grew up on the far north coast of New South Wales. I was educated at Trinity Catholic College, which is a high school in the country in New South Wales. And then I had my tertiary studies were all via correspondence through Charles University. And as you mentioned, Chair, they were all in the compliance field. And I finished with a Master of Arts in Compliance in, I think it was maybe 2012. I guess in the early part of my career was spent in the banking industry. I had 11 years at different banks in Sydney in compliance roles or operational roles, and moving to Aristocrat in 1998, started out as a compliance manager with responsibility for helping the company obtain its license in Nevada. So we weren't currently licensed in Nevada. We were successful in receiving that license in September 2000, and we have continued to evolve our compliance program since then. We have 8 employees reporting directly to me in compliance and over 130 in the compliance team globally. 93 of those individuals are now located in the United States, and 73 of them are here in Nevada. In February 2023, my role was elevated to the Executive Steering Committee. So I now report direct to the Chief Executive Officer, Trevor Croker, and that has some benefits and some not benefits. But I think that does reflect the company's commitment to compliance and the company's investment in our compliance program. I have a direct and open line of communication to the CEO and also to the chairman of the board and the chair, obviously, of the compliance committee, who I work closely with. We invest heavily in compliance at Aristocrat. As I mentioned, you can see that through the number of employees that we have in the team. And we really do try to take a transformative approach to compliance. We have expanded our remit for the years. We now are responsible for additional programs to our gaming program, including our anti-bribery and corruption, anti-money laundering and sanctions programs, all sit under the compliance remit now. I guess my focus areas are really ensuring that we have the right people and processes in place to ensure we comply with our obligations across the 300 odd jurisdictions that we operate in. I try to encourage the team to introduce technology to help with that process and to ensure ongoing compliance. And I also really focus on making sure the team are engaged and they have learning and development opportunities wherever they can. As you probably saw, I'm licensed in almost 50 jurisdictions, so not as many as my colleague Craig. And that number does vary at different stages depending on my roles on the subsidiary companies in the group. I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. I will open it up for any questions or comments. Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
I don't have any questions regarding your background. Your presentation was very fulsome at the board meeting, and obviously your background is just beyond impressive. I love compliance, and to see somebody with advanced degrees in compliance just makes my heart very happy. Thank you.
Nothing further, Chair.
I don't know if I've ever met anybody that has a Master's of Arts in Compliance. And I mean, you have a very nuanced view, and I'm interested. You've been with Aristocrat over 25 years, and it's a commendable, loyal career. What is the biggest overarching challenge you faced over your career relating to compliance issues?
I think the biggest challenge I have faced and continue to face over compliance issues is the security of the information that we have access to. The reality is anyone that goes through licensing process, you know the extent of the information supplied, that comes into a team that I'm responsible for at Aristocrat. And really, we can only secure that with best available technology today. And the reality is that information then goes, in some cases, in paper, onto a truck, onto a plane, and lands on somebody's desk. And we don't really have any control over how that information is used, accessed, stored, whether it's destroyed upon termination, etc. So I think the ongoing challenge that really hasn't been resolved over the course of those 26 years is the fact that this personal information is out there, and in the wrong hands, it could cause harm to our senior executives and our employees. It also impacts our ability at times to attract top talent because of the disclosure requirements and the uncertainty around sometimes how that information.
We once had an applicant tell us that very issue keeps them up at night.
It does. I think there are a cyber incident is probably another area of focus. And again, I think both of those issues will always be in existence. I don't think we will ever not be kept awake at night by those issues. But all we can do is try and ensure that we have qualified employees in place to help us manage those obligations and continue to get the message across in industry forums around how that information is handled, secured, accessed, etc.
Thank you so much. You have a remarkable background. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, and thank you for jumping across the pond to meet with us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything additional?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, greetings, Ms. Elkerton, and you've got a lot of impressed people here with your compliance background and your 26 years with Aristocrat. It was interesting in your conversation with the Gaming Control Board, and as they always do, incredibly thorough, and your responses really laid it out. But I was particularly intrigued by, after 26 years of being in compliance, this acquisition is really changing your life. You were talking about online gaming being complex and being able to navigate the technology. Do you have anything to add in your role as the compliance chair, in that role with some of the new businesses? I think 4 new businesses that NeoGames brings to Aristocrat's acquisition. But anything further to elaborate on that?
Thank you for the question. I think I mentioned at the board, I didn't know how much I didn't know about online gaming until we started to look at entering in this space through acquisition. We did anticipate that these were going to be new businesses, new products, new verticals that we don't operate in today. And as a result, we hired about 15 months ago, we hired a compliance manager to actually lead our efforts from a compliance perspective for our online wagering business, Mike Nolder. Mike came to us with about 16 years experience at IGT, and prior to that, he was actually an agent at Nevada Gaming Control Board. So he has that nice balance of commercial experience versus the regulatory background. In addition, NeoGames has recently hired a compliance officer who comes from the industry as well. He has an operations background, and I think the two individuals complement each other with their backgrounds and will help us lead through the challenges that will be posed into the future. In my role specifically, there is a lot to learn, and I am the first to admit that there is a lot to learn, and I'm excited by that. And I think my team are mostly energized by this transaction and by the opportunities for them to learn new things, new products, new regulators, etc.
Ms. Elkerton, thank you. I can see the enthusiasm, but with the explosion on online gaming, I can see why this is such a compelling business proposition for Aristocrat, and you're the right person in the right spot. So good on you, and again, fully support your role in this application in front of us today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I don't have any additional comments or questions. I probably have said this before to others. But I say, oh, well, overachievers anonymous. But it's like the president, as far as compliance, it's really impressive. So thank you for being here and answering our questions. And did you have?
No, Madam Chair. I think the only thing left to just confirm for the record is we're on the 16th revised order of registration, draft number 1 still.
Okay. And does any of my colleagues, any of you have any additional questions or comments?
Just a very brief technical question in connection with the delisting of the shares from the NASDAQ. What is the timeline of that? I wasn't clear.
I might defer to Iris, but I think that would be the morning of the 25th of April. Would that
That's
be
right.
right, Iris?
That's right. We're going to suspend the listing on the 23rd, and then once the closing is finalized and solid, then we will be listing on the 25th or the 26th.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was approaching quickly, subject to approval, and I just wanted to better understand the timeline. Thank you.
And that was Ms. Edgar for the record. Okay.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Toner's here in case you have any questions for him as well.
Yes. No, yes, he's here. No, I don't have any questions. Sorry. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments for Mr. Toner?
I can confirm nothing has changed since it's licensure.
Thank you. Can we go back to the draft again? The date of it? Can you restate that?
I have March 4, 2024.
And then hold on one second. I just want to make sure I have. And then the terminating is March 18th?
I believe that is the case.
That's what I have. I just want to make sure that's what you're.
Correct. For the record, again, Scott Shear on behalf of Neo Games. Yes, the order of deregistration for Neo Games is draft number 1, dated March 8, 2024.
Perfect.
Form for approval.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, if there's nothing else by my colleagues, I think these matters are in proper form for a motion. A master motion, if you will.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board pursuant to the 16th order of registration, draft 1 dated March 4th, 2024 for Aristocrat, and draft 1 for the order terminating registration, draft 1 dated March 18th, 2024 for Neo Games.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in. No cheering. I don't understand. That's what I'm saying. If you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Aristocrat Leisure Limited for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of Aristocrat Technologies, Inc., Aristocrat Technologies Australia Pty Limited, Neo Games Systems Ltd. To guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. I'll incorporate my disclosure that I made for non-restricted item number 5, which is identical for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett, once again for the record with the law firm of McDonald Carano. As Madam Secretary noted here, before you is Aristocrat Leisure Limited's shelf order, which essentially is incorporating the Neo Games entity in order to accommodate the shelf approval moving forward.
Very straightforward. Anybody have any questions or comments before I call for a motion?
Mr. Burnett, not only did we not get cheers, but they left.
Yeah. They took off on me.
I don't have any questions.
Hopefully you don't have any questions for them.
It is pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank
And we're
you.
referring to draft number 1, order
Yes.
dated March 4th, 2024.
Yes. Thank you.
Draft number 2,
Oh, is it 2?
March
Oh,
2.
March, which date?
I only have.
I have it in my other notebook. What was the
That's
date?
what I have.
The date again on the second one? April
2nd.
2nd. It's in my other notebook, sorry. Okay, so there's a motion and the draft order is the April 2nd, draft number 2.
2, yeah.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
and there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Paul Edgecliffe Johnson, Connor Lynch, and Padraig O'Riordan for finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you. FanDuel is an adverse contract party to a client of Louis Roque at the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati,
Morning.
Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Flutter Entertainment and its subsidiaries. I have the 3 applicants here with me today. They provided a brief introduction before the board. We're happy to do that again if you'd like, or I'm happy to bring them up for any questions that you might have at the chair's leisure.
Sure, why don't we have one at a time and just have them introduce themselves and we can,
Certainly, no problem. I'd like to start then with Mr. Edgecliffe Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, Commissioners. I'm Paul Edgecliffe Johnson. As a bit of background on me, I earned a law degree from the University of Southampton. I'm a fellow of the UK Institute of Chartered Accountants, a member of the Association of Corporate Treasurers, and I graduated from Harvard's Advanced Management Program in 2019. After qualifying as a chartered accountant with Pricewaterhouse, I joined HSBC as an investment banker in 1998, and I remained in that role for 6 years. I then joined PricewaterhouseCoopers as a senior manager in private equity tax structuring. I left that role to join Intercontinental Hotels Group in 2004, where I served as the Group Chief Financial Officer and Group Head of Strategy from 2014 to 2023. Last March, I joined Flutter Entertainment as the Group Chief Financial Officer. In my capacity as CFO, I manage Flutter Entertainment's financial affairs globally, which includes overseeing departments such as internal audit, finance and treasury, tax, corporate development, corporate affairs, investor relations, and financial planning and analysis. I propose policy and actions to support sound financial management, and I lead on M&A transactions. As far as reporting, I report to Flutter's CEO, Peter Jackson, and I have 8 direct reports. I'm an advocate for diversity and inclusion in the workplace and have been a long-term supporter of the UK organisation called Women in Travel, Hospitality and Leisure, where I recently sponsored a female non-executive director programme and am the founder member of their CFO Council. And I would be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I think this is, and you had a great dialogue with the Gaming Control Board members when you were in front of them. I appreciate Judge Assad's making a distinction between Boston and Cambridge. I spent a lot of money for 4 years with my oldest daughter graduating from Harvard College, so I appreciate the distinction. But I love your background. I appreciate what you're doing, and I have absolutely no concerns about your application today. I support.
Well, as someone who spent a lot of money on Tufts, while it's not in Cambridge, it certainly was no small financial undertaking. So I will open it up to anyone else. Commissioner Solis-Rainey?
I didn't have anything further. Thank you.
Commissioner Martin?
Again, I echo Commissioner Krolicki. Very impressive background, and thank you for your presentation, the Gaming Control Board. You have multiple applications still pending, and but you've already been approved by multiple applications too. So this is probably just a very small hurdle for yourself, Mr. Edgecliffe Johnson, but nonetheless, Congratulations, and I will support your application with pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation today. I enjoyed watching you in front of the board and again here today. And I am interested, what prompted you to become the founder of the Female Non-Executive Director Program? And if you could just tell me a little bit more about what the program entails, how many people attend a program or symposium. I don't understand specifically, but I think it's impressive and wonderful to have somebody like you mentor a program like this and be involved on the founder level.
So this is a program that's in association with WITL, which is Women in Travel, Hospitality and Leisure, with the objective of helping more women get onto boards as non-executive directors by sponsoring them, mentoring them, help them understand what it takes to be on a board, the best routes on, and what the requirements would be of them on a board as non-executive directors. Because at the moment in the UK on public boards, we are underrepresented, but there's a huge amount of talent who, with the right nurturing, would make excellent non-executive directors. And so that's the reason for me participating and sponsoring and help pay for that exercise.
Well, thank you for that. I think it's commendable, and you have such an impressive background, and you're so well educated, and you care about important issues. And I just wanted to highlight that and learn more about it. And again, commend you for your work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have absolutely no areas of concern.
Nor do I. I appreciate you answering our questions and being available for us today. And it was very nice to meet you in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
In that case, I will next ask Mr. Lynch to come up.
Morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Conor Lynch, and I'll give you a bit of background on myself. I'm from Dublin in Ireland. I studied at Clonking College and earned an engineering degree from University College Dublin. After leaving college, I had a number of different product and tech roles in the UK, Germany, Netherlands, and in Ireland, across a variety of different sectors: healthcare, automotive, airline, and banking. In 2009, I joined Paddy Power, which ultimately became part of the Flutter Group as head of product development. I've been promoted several roles as the company has grown and evolved over the past 15 years. My current position is Group Chief Information Officer, Flutter Entertainment. In my capacity as Group CIO, I manage Flutter's technology divisions, which includes the engineering and operating of our strategic platforms, technology strategy, information security, global services, and running a number of shared service development centers in Portugal and Romania. As for reporting, I'm a member of the Group Executive Committee. I report directly to the COO, Phil Bishop, and I have 6 direct reports. Outside of Flutter, I'm a member of the London and Dublin Innovation Councils, where I provide advisory services to certain companies. And I'm also actively involved in the sporting communities in Dublin, so in both Gaelic games and tennis clubs, circle committee.
You say tennis club?
Tennis, yes.
My favorite. Well, thank you for being here today. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it very much. I'm going to start with Commissioner Solis Rainey, ask if she has any questions or comments for you.
Welcome. I don't have any questions. I watched the presentation that you provided to the board, and it answered my questions, but your background is impressive and we do appreciate you being here and available. It's always a pleasure to meet you in person.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. Lynch, and excuse us, but as it seems that we have somewhat of a rugby flavor in this meeting today, I'm quite sure that you were listening very attentively, and you yourself are involved or were involved in rugby on the club level?
Unfortunately not. So Gaelic games was my sport when I was growing up. Gaelic football and hurling, which we discussed at the board.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure where I got that from.
But one of my colleagues, my next colleague, can talk to you about rugby extensively.
Well, I'm sure that the Irish viewpoint will be much different to the people that have left. Because they were also in the World Cup. But okay, thank you, and impressive background. Thank you for being here today. Fully support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming before us today and taking the time to meet with us. We do appreciate it very much. Could you tell me a little bit more and elaborate about the Innovation Council and what kind of work you do there and what the focus is? It's a nice title, but I'd like to learn a little bit more.
The focus is a number of technology leaders across the UK and Ireland. And we provide a forum for new startups with new emerging technologies to ask questions. So they will come in 3 or 4 times a year, present to us 3 or 4 organizations, and they get to tap into the knowledge and expertise of the technology community. It's an advisory group, and it just gets us aware of what's happening in emerging technologies, but also gives them invaluable advice and service.
So it's a way for you to keep your finger on the pulse and stay on top of the innovations and help shape at the same time. Well, thank you. Thank you for that elaboration. I appreciate it. I have absolutely no areas of concern, and it's such a pleasure to meet you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lynch, welcome. Zuckerberg, always a pleasure to see you. You do great work for your clients. I appreciated the shout out I got from Chair Hendrick at the board meeting. I too thought I heard curling, and I was jumping up and down. So there's your shout out. As someone who spends a lot of time with elite sport, curling being one of them, oddly, yeah, I was all excited. But for the record, I did go into YouTube and I watched what hurling was. Very different than my college days, so to speak, but it was intriguing to watch. The only question I had for you, Mr. Lynch, was, as a CIO, are you a Section 16 officer with the company?
No. Am I? Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, it's good for you to know that now. Well, all right. But I think your background is splendid. You're incredibly deserving and suitable for what you're asking for today, and I fully support. Thank you.
So I'm curious what your thoughts were as you listened to the previous applicant discuss the cybersecurity and just kind of her comments in that regard. What are your thoughts?
Obviously, we take it very seriously. We're a digital business, so we invest heavily. We've over 300 cybersecurity professionals in the organization, and we work with a number of tier 1 third-party suppliers to provide us with all of the right services around both threat intelligence and the ability to protect ourselves. It's something that keeps me awake at night every day. And yeah, we give it all the attention it deserves.
Well, 300, that's something. That's significant. So that's very good to hear. Thank you very much for being here today. I support your application. You're beyond qualified, and I appreciate you. It is, I know it's been said, but we know that this is a rigorous process, and coming here twice and feeling like it's rewind play, but that's our system. And we appreciate you being here so that we can meet you personally and get the opportunity to speak with you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to ask Mr. O'Riordan to come up.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, Madam Secretary, Commissioners. My name is Padraig O'Riordan, and just a little bit of background on me. I grew up, unlike Conor, I grew up in Cork, which is on the south coast of Ireland, the second largest city, the third child of 5. I completed my undergraduate studies at University College Cork to earn a Bachelor of Law degree, which is the equivalent of a JD degree here. And I then studied at the Honourable Society of King's Inn to become a barrister at law. I also completed an LLM Masters of Law degrees at both University College Cork and Harvard Law School. I qualified as a New York attorney in 1990, admitted to the Southern and Eastern Districts of New York, and practiced as an attorney with the New York firm Hughes, Hubbard & Reed for a number of years. From there, I joined Arthur Cox, one of Ireland's largest law firms with about 800 people, initially to run the firm's New York office. I served as managing partner of Arthur Cox for 8 years, from 2003 to 2011, and remained at the firm for 27 years in total. In private practice, I advise boards across a range of litigation, M&A, and regulatory matters. And perhaps the work I'm most proud of was acting as lead advisor to the Irish state during in addressing our calamitous banking crisis between 2008 and 2013. I was the lead external advisor to Paddy Power PLC, which is the original predecessor to Flutter, on its tiny IPO in 2000, and then served on the board of the company as a non-executive director for 10 years from 2008 to 2018. From 2018 to 2020, I served as chairman of the Irish National Lottery. And in 2020, I rejoined Flutter in an executive capacity as chief legal officer. I lead the legal compliance, risk, regulatory, and sustainability strategy of the Flutter Group, and report directly to Peter Jackson, Flutter's chief executive, and I'm a member of Flutter's executive committee, 5 direct reports. In terms of my charitable and pro bono interests, it's mainly been focused on pro bono, and I've done considerable work with the Irish government and Irish government entities, most notably in serving as chairman of a group that redesigned the operating model of the Irish Department of Justice. I also served as chairman of Dublin Airport Authority, which is the Irish state body that runs the Irish airports. And until recently, I chaired the board of Alexandra College, a charity that runs one of the larger girls' schools in Dublin. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
We'll start with Commissioner Krillicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reardon, thank you so much for being with us today. I'm the non-attorney in the board and commission world. I'm joined by Commissioner Marcantonis, but you're a lawyer's lawyer. I mean, your passion, not just for law and how to execute it, but for what it is. I mean, the very essence of what law is. I was very impressed and enamored by you explaining some of your background. I actually have 2 ancestral comments to make today, one in the next item, but also this one. I have a grandmother from Cork. She's a Shinnick. Been there. We may be related. I hope that's not a conflict. I'm not aware that it's a conflict, but I appreciate, this is my roots journey today. So I appreciate that. And I also just, in terms of your record, while you're so qualified on the professional technical gaming level and in compliance, I am struck by your public service, whether it's the Irish Lottery, the Dublin Airport Authority. You spend a lot of time doing things, I suspect, that don't earn you income, but they're important and they make you feel good, and that's why many of us do the things that we're doing, and those with you today. But And I appreciate the Harvard, there's a double Harvard on this one. So, good on you for your extra additional degree in law from Harvard. But I appreciate the comments you made. Now you're in New York Stock Exchange. We have some of the most experienced people, in front of us today who are still learning on that curve, whether it's compliance with SOX or other disclosure things. I appreciate that and the complexities of it. So you've got to, I suspect you don't sleep very much because you need time to do all the things that you do. But I'm just incredibly impressed. You're exquisitely qualified, and I'm delighted to support your application today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I should probably confirm on the record that, to my knowledge, you're not a cousin.
Too bad I'm not there. We may have the same profile. Good looking guy you are.
Well, so I have relatives in the county of Cork, and I don't think I'm related to either one of you.
Extraordinary.
Yes. Okay, so I appreciate you being here today. I just have a completely unrelated question, but because I have a curiosity, I'm going to indulge. So here we have, each state has its own licensing system for lawyers, and we have a board of bar examiners that's overseen by the Nevada Supreme Court and by the board of governors of our state bar. And I happen to be a member of the Board of Bar Examiners, and I've been writing the bar exam. Not that I want to admit that to anyone who has to take it anytime soon, for 12-ish years. And I was curious what the licensing looks like, where you've practiced.
In Ireland. So Ireland and England are very similar, Commissioner. So you've got two types of lawyer. You've got barristers and solicitors. So barristers are lawyers who tend to litigate in front of courts. And they're the ones, if you think of the movies, that wear the wigs. So that's one part of the profession. And the other part are solicitors. And solicitors tend to be the lawyers who interact directly with the client, do nearly all the transactional work, and support barristers in litigation as well. So the two systems are slightly different. Each of them in Ireland has a degree of traineeship in addition to your education. So you do your law degree first. If you want to become a solicitor, a firm has to sponsor you. You become a trainee at that firm. If you want to become a barrister, you do a law degree first. Then you become a barrister at law, which is a separate degree. And then after that, you do what for some reason is called deviling, which is a period of working with a senior barrister for a period of about a year. Sometimes people extend it to 2 years.
So there's no, other than graduating from and having the legal education, there's no actual professional licensing exam.
Well, actually, there is. So being the barrister at law is that professional licensing exam. And on the other side, when you become a trainee to become a solicitor, you also do exams in what's called Blackwall Place, which is the solicitor's professional school. And once you pass that, those are your qualifying professional degrees.
Very interesting, because the Board of Bar Examiners meets this weekend, and there are studies being undertaken about mentoring and different, more of an apprenticeship approach to licensing new lawyers. And I just find this fascinating. So thank you for indulging me. I know it has nothing to do with what we're doing here today, but
Sure, it is very interesting. And I was head of our trainee program in Aristocrat for a long time. And the amount that young lawyers can learn from just being older lawyers or more experienced lawyers is very significant. So that process for us is a 3-year process between doing their professional exams and training, and then they become qualified solicitors. But they come out the other end pretty fully formed and well able to do things legally.
I like that, fully formed. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Just briefly. Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing before us today. It's such a pleasure to meet with you. You were talking about the redesign relating to the Department of Justice and some work that you've done. How long have you done that work, and what is was the big issue that was part of the redesign?
Well, that work is complete now. So the Irish civil service is based very much on the UK civil service model. And what we were finding, and all of the civil service departments are the same, be health or education or justice, the same structurally, and they're populated by permanent civil servants. But in Ireland, we were finding continuing difficulties with how the Department of Justice was working, particularly in relation to how it was interacting with the policing services. And we lost 2 ministers, we lost 2 secretaries general to the Department of Justice, which is very unusual in an Irish context, through difficulties that arose in the Department of Justice. So our Prime Minister, we call him our Taoiseach, asked me to head a group to come in to look at what was going wrong and to try to design a new design for the department. So we changed the design from expertise-based. So if you were, for example, the person in the Department of Justice who was a specialist in gambling, you would do everything from enforcement to legislation to communications to responding to questions in our parliament. You do the whole range of things. So we went in and we found that was actually a problem because the right information wasn't getting to the right places at time. There was a mix between how the Department of Justice was overseeing our policing services, and the fact that they also needed a lot from them. They needed information from them. So we split that into different functions. So the Department of Justice is now, our Department of Justice is the only department in the UK or Ireland that is operating on a completely different operating model, and that's since just before COVID. And so far, that's been working extremely well.
Well, that is excellent work you're doing. And I think when you create a model like that, hopefully other systems can learn from that. I think it's just impressive work that you've done. Just a final question in connection with the West Cork Distillers Limited. How long has that been in operation? I know that you got involved personally in 2022, but you don't have like a management role, and that your brother, I think, runs the day-to-day operations. Is that an old distillery? Is that something that's new? And do you import, export all over the world?
Well, it's a very good question. So it's relatively new. My brother is actually an investor in it, but he is very close to it and very close to the board, so he spends quite a bit of time on it. West Cork Distillers has been around, I would say, for about 12, 15 years. And it was established because in a fishing community in West Cork, and because fishing quotas in Ireland had been reduced, employment in the fishing industry had reduced. So one guy decided, I'm going to create employment here. And he's set up distillery from scratch, and it has done extraordinarily well. And he's extraordinarily good, very civic minded. He's not in this to make extraordinary amounts of money. It's more for the community. So I think, Commissioner, probably about 10 years, a little bit more. And now it's it's about the fourth or fifth biggest distillery in Ireland. And the whiskey industry in Ireland is a burgeoning industry now again.
Well, you are so well-rounded, and it's been such a pleasure to spend some time with you this morning. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
have no areas of concern.
Anyone else have any questions or comments?
Nothing further, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for being here. All I can say is, wow, amazing background. And for that matter, your entire organization, all of the individuals who've stood in front of us today before, very impressive team. Congratulations. No hesitation in supporting this application either, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So if there's nothing else from any of my colleagues or questions or comments, I think this agenda item is ripe for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you all very much for being here today.
Thank
We
you so much.
appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Dominic Ratchich, finding of suitability as a member of the management board of Novo Swiss AG, and the applications of Johannes Kratzel and Reisard Pesch for finding of suitability as a member of the executive board of Novomatic AG. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, members of the Board, and Madam Secretary. My name for the records is Sabine Stoppel, spelled Stoppel. I'm Head of Group Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. Present with me today are 3 applicants, Dominic Ratchich, Johannes Kratzel, and Mr. Richard Bresch. Participating via Zoom is Michael Rohegger, Novomatic's external counsel, who represents Novomatic AG in the pending investigations. All the 3 applicants introduced themselves before the board, but they are here today, of course, and they are more than happy to give you a brief overview on their background. Especially for Dominic Ratchich and Johannes Kratzel is their initial appearance before the Commission, whereas Mr. Bresch, he appeared the 4th time here for the Commission. Last time he was here in June 2023. All 3 applicants have a long list of licensure, international, including the US and Canada, Australia. And all licenses are in good standing. And of course, they are more than happy to introduce themselves and answer any questions. I turn over to the applicants now.
Who would like to step up? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Just for the record, I will state my name once again, Dominic Ratchich, that's R-A-C-I-C. And I'm more than happy to introduce myself and talk briefly a little bit about my background. And
Thank
of course,
you.
answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I have a master's degree in finance and accounting from the University of St. Gall in Switzerland. Following that, I started my career with Credit Suisse Investment Banking, or Credit Suisse First Boston, it was called back then, in London in the year 2000. 2006, I was licensed by the Financial Conduct Authority of the United Kingdom. I remained in that position for approximately 6 years. Following that, I had two roles, one with a corporate finance advisory firm in Zurich, Switzerland, and a fintech startup before joining No Swiss Group in August 2017 as a project manager. So I've been with the gaming industry and with this group in particular for about 7 years. I started as a project manager. I became a member of the management board in 2019. This is also my current position, in which I have 6 direct reports and responsibilities for a number of areas, including corporate development and M&A, real estate, legal and compliance, and office management.
Thank you.
Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Let me open it up to Commissioner Marcantonis or Commissioner Brown. Do you have any questions or comments?
Well, thank you all for being here today. I was very impressed to listen to your presentations with the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and any of my questions have all been answered. But again, very impressive backgrounds. We appreciate you indulging us with your appearance today. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good to see you. Thank you for coming all this way. It's such a pleasure to see you and to see you again. And absolutely no areas of concern. I enjoyed watching your presentation in front of the board. I've no questions for you, and just happy to meet you. Thank you for coming all this way.
Oh, my pleasure.
I also didn't have any areas of concern, but I do appreciate us to meet you in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ratchich, absolute pleasure to meet you today. Zurich is one of my favorite cities, so I envy where you get to be on many days. Had some projects, Hotel 5, just outside of Zurich. And for the record, and for Chair Hendrick, the marketing firm for the World Curling Federation is based in Zurich. So it's a very special place. I hope he's smiling. You know,
I actually didn't know that.
They're fun. You would like them, and we'll make you a curler, not a hurler. The one conversation that confused me, and this is just more background, and it had to do with how you will allocate your time, with these responsibilities. But it was the management board versus the executive board. I'm not quite familiar with that. I'm familiar with the German supervisory board, which is the ultimate governance. But could you just talk a little bit about your responsibilities as a member of the management board versus those of the executive board?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to answer that. The key role is member of the management board of the group. The group includes roughly 70 direct and indirect subsidiaries internationally across Europe. That's day-to-day responsibility. It's about 80% of my time, or maybe even up to 90%. I have positions as member of the board of directors, and the board of directors is maybe somewhat similar to the supervisory board of a corporation in Germany, but those are all positions with direct or indirect subsidiaries of the firm. So they're in line with the management responsibility. It's just that for some companies, and it's particularly in Liechtenstein, that have this two-tier structure. There's a local management team, and then there is a board of directors that includes members from within the group, but also external independent directors.
So, for the record, and with that explanation, you have complete confidence that you'll have the time to properly allocate, even if it's somewhat diluted by your other responsibilities, correct?
That is absolutely correct. For these board of director positions, there are an average 3 meetings per annum. They're all non-executive positions, because there is a local management team managing these companies, so it's more of an oversight function.
Wonderful. Well, again, I'm perfectly comfortable And as you are and some of your colleagues today, I'm always pleased with the international flavor of our gaming board meetings and things. But your navigation in English, I envy my European friends who are trilingual, and you have certainly mastered English. I know that was the other conversation, but I just appreciate your eloquence and whichever language you're speaking, but you're perfectly qualified, happy to support, enthusiastically so. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, the board members, good to see you again. My name is Johannes Kratzel. I'm member of the executive board of Novomatic Group and Group CFO. I'd like to introduce myself, it's okay, and afterwards the questions. So I was born in Mödling and raised in Brunn am Gebirge. That's 2 towns south of Vienna. I'm number 6 out of 8 children, so quite a large family. I have 7 sisters. I was at primary school in Berchtesgaden, also a small town near Vienna. Then I was at high school 4 years. Then I had 5 years at technical college, with focus on industrial engineering. Afterwards, I was at the Austrian Army for 8 months. It was mandatory for all male people in Austria. It was quite a good time. I learned quite an interesting experience, something different. Then I studied at the University of Economics and Business Administration in Vienna. I have a master in business administration in Austria at this point of time. It was not necessary to have a bachelor and afterwards a master, so you did one program which covers all of the topics. Within the program, I also had the opportunity to participate in the student program. I spent half a year at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. It was a very good experience I had there. I met a lot of people. I saw a lot of cities around there, so I had time to travel. But also I learned also, of course, some business topics as well. Yeah, but it was a very good experience I had there. Afterwards, my first full-time job, as during the university and school, I had the opportunity to have several internships and trainee programs in quite renowned companies like Coca-Cola, General Motors, but also German and Austrian companies. So for us, or for me, it was good to have such companies in the CV, because my first job was quite easy to get after university. I was at T-Mobile, the mobile company. I was a finance operations departments, a manager, quite interesting topics at fraud prevention, but also we had Sarbanes-Oxley because it was a US stock listed company. So I had got some experience there as well. But after 2 years, I applied for a job for Novomatic. To be honest, it was a logistical reason because it was closer to my hometown. Yeah, point of time. Didn't care so much about what the company is doing. It was more to have a shorter way to the company. But so I knew nobody there, so family or no gaming connections at all. But the company was very interesting for me. This gaming is in Europe and Austria not comparable like gaming here in Nevada, where it's everywhere almost. Impression there, but in Austria it's something special. But for me it was interesting because it's something different. We entertain people, and with Novomatic, it's a company. It's but completely comparable with our companies which I presented before, because we are active in all segments and verticals. So we have online gaming, we have sports betting, we operate more than 2,000 venues all over the world. We have 80,000 machines in our own operations. We are producing machines, game content. So we're doing almost everything. And as you can imagine, for me as a young student work, it was quite impressive to start in such a. I started as a corporate finance manager in the field of M&A and investor relations. After 4 years, I was promoted to head of group treasury. I was responsible for the treasury activities, which means financing, liquidity management. but also investor relations. So I have a lot of contact with banks, investors. That's part of my daily business still now. So that's what's my key focus, of course, and also insurance. So I've done this job for 10 years, and if you work for a gaming company for 10 years, you see a lot of things. Every day it's different, and in particular, it's a company like Novomatic. After so in 2006, I joined. So in 2009, and then I was asked by the supervisory board, and you mentioned before that's the highest level of corporate governance in an Austrian company, to follow Mr. Stein. He was the prior CFO in his role as a CFO. And after half a year, I was promoted to a member of the executive board, which means that I'm CFO with additional. For example, I'm responsible for IT security, very important, of course. And yeah, next to Novomatic or without Novomatic, I mean, there is still time left. Yeah, my key focus is my family. I want to spend as much time as possible with my 4 sons. They also sports almost every day. It's called team handball. I know it's not very famous here. It's not like basketball or curling or whatever, but it's in Austria. It's really quite yeah, popular sport, also in Germany and Nordics. So yeah, the hobbies of my sons are also my hobbies, I have to say. So I also go skiing and cycling and as I said, as much time as possible. The time with your children you can't pay or get back. So that's my focus in the company. Yeah. So from my side, this was it. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you.
Happy to.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here and giving us your background in person and getting the opportunity to meet you. I am going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you for being here. That was a very thorough presentation, very interesting background. I know you've been with the company almost 20 years, and that's just wonderful. And, you know, gaming is such a fascinating field. So I think you're very lucky to be with such an excellent company, and you've had longevity there, and I'm sure you'll be there for, you know, more time to come and help the company grow. But thank you so much. I have no questions at all.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantona.
No further questions. And I echo, thank you for being here. Impressive background, Mr. Gratzel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Welcome. I also don't have any substantive questions. Your background was very clean, but I do appreciate you being here. It's always nice to put the face to the name and hear a little bit about yourself firsthand. So I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, but always comments. Guten Morgen, Herr Gratzel. Wie geht es Ihnen? Grüß Gott. Willkommen.
Yes.
I too attended the University of Vienna a long time ago. And I just absolutely love, I hope you brought a soccer torta with you to share with the commission, even though I am not there today to enjoy it. But, you know, we've today had just every applicant has just been eminently qualified. Mr. Gratzel, so are you. So you're you know, almost 20 years in the gaming industry, and your story and dedication are clear. Again, I'm running out of superlatives today for the people that we're being introduced to, but you're, again, eminently qualified for what you're appearing in front of us for permission, and I'm fully supportive of your application. And next time, do bring a Sacher Torte from the Hotel Sacher.
Yeah, I will. So thank you. Vielen Dank. Ja, Dankeschön.
It is there.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know that we want to put him through the rigors of a reintroduction necessarily, other than to ask my colleagues if they, I'm sure he'll be, are you fine with that?
Okay.
And we'll just have any questions or comments from any of my fellow commissioners. And thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. Commissioner Krolicki, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was the other half of my root story. My grandfather and his family came out of Krakow, so Króliczki, of the kings or the rabbit in Polish. Welcome, Mr. Presh, for being with us today. Ms. Stoppel, I think you will be helping some of the translation as well. My question is, as the Gaming Control Board discussed, are there any updates? And I'm forgive me for not remembering your name, but I know you have an attorney on my screen. But any updates regarding any of the investigation issue?
Mr. Royka, would you please give a brief update?
Okay, yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, sorry, I didn't know that the question was addressed to me. In my last update, I reported that the proceeding is still in the investigation phase and that we had no court proceedings so far, but only the public prosecutor investigating the case. The update now is that this still is the case. So the proceeding is still in the preliminary phase. We didn't have any indictment. We don't have a court proceeding yet. Rather, for a couple of accused, the prosecutor came to the conclusion that the proceeding shall be closed. I mean, there are many accused, so it takes a lot of time to get through all of them. So far, no indictment has been passed, but if there is a decision by the prosecutor, it was to close the proceeding. So still investigation phase, no court proceedings pending.
I appreciate that answer. I know the world can be complicated and these issues occur and one must just plow forward. It seems to be improving, so soon, hopefully, no one will have to ask this question when we meet folks like Mr. Presh going forward, but I appreciate your role. Mr. Presh, your story from 12 employees to 25,000 employees in the gaming industry, it's just a phenomenal one. So again, forgive me for asking and perhaps an uncomfortable question, but I appreciate the answer. But from the record in front of us, and Mr. Presh's history and story, I am comfortable supporting this application fully. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Solis-Rainey?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate his presence here and your presentation to the board. It's nice getting to know him, and thank you for being here.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Mr. Presh, thank you for being here. 44 years with any one company is magnificent. Was I wrong there? Is 44 correct? Right. Unbelievable. And you are the DNA of the company, almost. And I think many companies worldwide would love to have tenure from key associates such as yours. Congratulations, sir. Very impressive. Very happy to support your application.
Are we giving you an opportunity to interpret? Because I feel like he might.
He answered stimmt, which means it's true. It's correct. He agrees with the DNA comment.
Nicht viele Firmen haben Leute, die so lange bei der Firma sind.
Commissioner Brown, do you have anything to add? Questions or comments?
I do not. And I know this is your fourth time appearing in front of us. I have no further questions. Thank you. It's good to see you again. Becoming a familiar face.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. And obviously, I'm in support of your application. So at this time, I'm going to call upon one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Danke, gute Reise. Bitte.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to take a short recess from the meeting to provide a comfort break, and then we should reconvene 5 to 10 minutes at the absolute most. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. We're reconvening to call the next agenda item. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Z4 Poker LLC doing business as Z4 for a 14th waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you so much. Sorry, microphone. Thank you so much. I have to recuse myself because my partner Glenn Light is appearing for the applicant on this matter, so I will step out. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker, and I'm joined at the podium by Eric Colvin, who is an owner, founder, and CTO of Z4 Poker. This matter had originally been placed on a consent agenda, but appearances were subsequently required. We understand that Mr. Colvin had the opportunity to appear via Zoom, and we thank you for that accommodation. But ultimately, he chose to fly to Vegas this morning to demonstrate how seriously he takes the regulatory process and to underscore his commitment to developing a state-of-the-art real money poker platform. Before I hand the podium over to Mr. Colvin, I would like to just summarize the outcome of the productive Gaming Control Board hearing. In short, it was agreed that when Z4 Poker is ready to submit its platform to the lab and to activate its licenses, the Investigations Division will conduct an updated background investigation into the company and its principals. Of note, the investigation will not interrupt activating the licenses or the lab review. And we believe this is a very pragmatic resolution that gives Z4 Poker the opportunity to continue to develop a best-in-class product. So we thank the Gaming Control Board for that recommendation. I would now like to hand the podium over to Mr. Colvin, who will provide a brief affirmative presentation on the significant time, effort, and expense that Z4 Poker has invested into developing its real money and social poker platforms, as well as the status of the real money poker platform.
Good morning, Madam Chair Togliatti, commission members and board members, Madam Secretary. My name is Eric Colvin. I'm the CTO and founder of Z4 Poker. I believe the commission is well aware of the company's background, so I'll try to keep my remarks brief. Our company has been working on building a state-of-the-art poker software for over a decade now. To date, we've invested over $30 million in that development. We've successfully launched a free-to-play app, which is under the brand of HD Poker. HD Poker has approximately 75,000 monthly active users. Unfortunately, our journey to get to real money has been marked with a number of setbacks, namely engineering related. It has and remains Z4's intention to launch a real money product in Nevada and to create a new poker network. While we are well aware of some of the issues with other companies have been facing in this space, it's my opinion that despite liquidity challenges, a new software would breathe new life into the space. I also believe that one of the largest problems in the industry is simply lack of software innovation. Our HTML5 rewrite is nearing completion for relaunch on as a social game on web and on Facebook. And after that is complete, we'll be working towards GLI 19. We fully recognize the seemingly unending appearances in front of you. We're a fairly small family operated business, and we believe our company's software will be a differentiating factor in having a successful launch into the market. We are developing a state-of-the-art real money platform that will be head and shoulders above the competition. If we rush the project and launch an incomplete version, it could undermine all of the work to date and jeopardize the prospects of the platform, and the first impressions are key. We apologize for the delay in getting to the finish line and are greatly appreciative of this opportunity. I did want to prepare a demo of the software, and I actually do have a demo on my phone. And if you would like to see that, please let me know. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. I will leave the demo question to my colleagues. Since you brought it up, Mr. Light, I originally had this on the consent agenda for, because my thinking was that there was an exhaustive presentation of the circumstances of the company, what was going on, what's been the delay, what was said a year ago about how we'll need perhaps just a little more than a year. And then there we were a year later, and we're hearing we just need a little more, like we said a year ago that we need a little more than a year. And then the kind of, there was kind of a bifurcated issues in my mind. One is kind of the public policy considerations of Chair Hendrick. How do we want to handle these circumstances in similarly situated, situations going forward, right? Is this kind of precedent we want to set? How do we feel about this as a board? How's the commission going to feel about this versus what is going on here with them? In my view, what is going on here with them was pretty laid out, the reasons and all of those things, and some hard questions at the end by Dr. Watkins. And so in my view, I originally thought, well, on the policy part of it, commissioners are either going to agree with the board or not agree with the board, right? So that's what I was originally thinking. But that being said, I can't always, we have a process here, and sometimes commissioners have questions and they want to ask questions, which they're certainly entitled to do. And so, I certainly didn't expect you to drop everything and fly here, but it's nice that you did. And that shows us your commitment, just like your council said. So that's appreciated. But this time, I'll open it up for anyone who wants to ask any questions.
Sure. Mr. Colvin, thank you for being here. And I think Chair Tagliati summed it up that it was an exhaustive discussion on the subject in front of the Gaming Control Board, which is also extremely informative. And I had one question straight out of the gate, and you had used the phrase that we are at the 1 yard line now. And my question is, how much time is from the 1 yard line to the finish would you estimate? What does that mean in the terms of time?
Sure, Commissioner. Well, I don't want to give an exact date. There's a number of variables involved in this.
Sure.
Like I said, maybe it would be helpful if I gave a demo so you can actually seeing is believing, so to speak. But we're working as fast as diligently as we can to get to the real money product. As I mentioned in my presentation, 4 years ago or so, we suffered sort of a major setback in engineering when basically our technology stack was kind of pulled, but beneath our feet, so to speak. So we've been working as fast and as diligently as we can. But we would aim to have something in the lab by sometime next year. But I don't want to overcommit and make any promises and say we're going to be here by Q1, Q2 next year, just because I realize that this is a number of appearances that we've made. So we are close.
Okay.
We're about 85% complete right now.
Well, that's helpful. Look, I realize that you are very earnest and you have all committed considerable funds. This is important. And the question for myself, who is relatively new to the commission anyway, is at what point is there an application for an extension? What is the limit of those? How long is something allowed to continue or needs to reach closure? So, and I'm not necessarily asking you that question, of course, because that's just throwing that out as why I asked you, what does it mean to be at the finish line time-wise? That's why. When you suggest that you have you mentioned on your phone, you have a demonstration, it's probably very hard for us to all have you walking around on showing us the phone, but certainly a demo would not be a bad idea. I'm just throwing that out there for whatever it's worth, Chair, that seeing it where we could all see it visually, whether it's on a large screen in front of ourselves or something, would be very helpful for help us to understand completely. I know you had referred us to the website, but so was it Poker Scout or something? Poker Scout?
Just HD dot.
Okay, HD dot. Okay, but
I'd be happy to have it right here if you would like me to show it to you.
Well, I don't think it would just
I
be
don't know if you can see
for me. Yeah, I'm thinking that it's, we have Commissioner Krilicki obviously in Northern Nevada and the rest of us, but I'm just throwing that out. Not to say that that's what this all rests on. I'm just throwing out a thought that would, I suspect, be very helpful for those of us who are not as advanced in their thinking of the technicalities to see it, to get a feel. That's all.
I guess the question would be, how technologically could we do such a thing where he is showing us something on his phone that we could see and Commissioner Krolicki could see?
I believe we can do that. We just have to take a 5-minute recess to set that up. And then Mr. Krolicki will not be able to see it on the big screen because there's a technical issue with the screen there. But we do have somebody on standby to show him a laptop that we can actually do it.
Commissioner Krolicki, are you up for that?
I didn't hear all of that, but please proceed. If I can see it, wonderful. If not, I would wish
no,
you.
you can. They're saying that you won't be able to see it on the big screen, but there's someone there ready to go. It'll take 5 minutes to set up here too, but it'll be on a laptop that you can watch.
Perfect. I've just done the eye contact thing. We're good to go, we think.
Okay.
May I ask just a clarification question
Sure.
first? Is this demo that you have, is that of the social side of the software? Is that what's 85% done?
Commissioner, it's hard to say because they're connected to the poker product and it's a poker platform. So, largely the work in terms of real money remains. So a lot of the work in terms of GLI 19 and the Nevada regulation, that work remains. But in terms of the feature set, that work is largely complete.
I defer to what my colleagues want to do. To me, that's not helpful. I mean, I don't necessarily need to see that you have a social site up. I, had looked at it, I believe last year when it was up. So I don't doubt that you're working diligently on this and that you've spent funds on it. But, that's not the item that we're really concerned with. I mean, I want to know more about where your progress is on the real money software. I realize that the social one is a baseline for it, but there's a lot of issues that you're going to have to address before you can go to real money, like, the geolocation, the caching, all, the things that technologically protect the integrity of the game. And I don't know that I'm happy to take a look at it, but that wasn't my concern. So I just wanted to obtain clarification on what we would be seeing at this point.
Well, so but you would like to see it, correct?
I would. I don't know though if it does it require the whole commission to see it? I suppose if in the interest of time, would you prefer me to stand up and take a look at it independently with Mr. Colvin or whatever you think works?
Just the judge in me is more about having everything on the record and everybody seeing the same thing before they have a vote. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. So, so the judge in me is like, no, not just you.
Good. Oh, well, good. Thank you. I prefer it.
The timekeeper in me is like, yes, just you. But let's do this. Is everyone comfortable? Is everyone comfortable continuing with the questions, getting the record made that everybody wants to have made, and then we can watch it? Is that acceptable?
Certainly.
Or I guess you might have questions about it after. So why don't we just do it now?
Yeah.
That's fine. So what do we need to do to get this set up?
Need a short recess so that we can we got to connect them to the Zoom meeting.
Okay. So the millisecond he tells me we're ready, we're coming back on. So don't go far. Just stay right here. And he will, I assume you need to work with them. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll be in a very short recess, incredibly short recess. Okay. What did you say? Okay, Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Okay, so I'm told this would just be like 2 minutes for us to get this opportunity, which we appreciate. And so at this time, we're all reconvened. The record should reflect that Commissioner Brown recused and is not participating. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And so while we set this up, the purpose of this demonstration is just to show how the development of the underlying platform is almost complete. And then from there, we can then focus on the real money features that would effectively come at the tail end of the development of the platform. So that's the purpose of this demonstration. And that is why we so appreciate the Gaming Control Board's recommendation that we can continue with these waivers and undergo a background investigation at the time we activate the license. Thank you.
I'll be as brief as possible. So what you're seeing on screen here is inside of the browser. We're on my iPhone here. We're inside of Safari. So you can see that the game is actually playable from a phone on an actual browser, and that's important for maximizing liquidity. So what we're seeing here is sort of the lobby, the entry point of the game. I'll just hit play. This is a live game right now, which is connected to our existing social platform. You can see I'm staring at a table and it's playing. And another thing worth mentioning is that the game supports portrait mode. That's been another thing that our player base has been asking for, is the ability to have the phone be in portrait mode. Now, one of the cool things is that if I rotate my phone, you can actually play the game in either mode. So it's an important thing for our player base. If I jump back, I can demonstrate the lobby. So this is a little bit of a work in progress, but it is kind of cool that you can play multiple tables at the same time. This is another feature that, in terms of real money, we feel is important for our players to be able to multi-table. So you can multi-table on the phone. I don't have a whole lot to show you other than it's connected, it's working.
That gives us a great sense. And this has been approved. So it's just for our education and those of us who, you know, I mean, we kind of have a rotating membership here. So thank you for that.
I'm sorry, what's the
Well, this is already something that, and I'm told by I don't know where Board Chair Hendrick is, but this is the game itself is not the subject of today. Right? I mean, like the technology,
Right, but my understanding is it hasn't been submitted for approval at this
No,
point.
no, it hasn't been
Okay,
submitted.
I just wanted to make sure I understood where we were at.
okay, but well, where is he?
The continuing the waiver would give us the flexibility to go ahead and submit the game for approval when we are ready.
Okay. So I'm going to open it up for any questions that my colleagues may have about any of the subject matter that was before the board or related to this item.
So I wonder if you could repeat your last phrase.
Sure, absolutely. So continuing the waivers would give us the flexibility for when we are ready to submit this to the lab. We can activate the license and get it straight into the lab. And so that helps us speed up the process.
Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you for that. That was very useful, by the way, for me, that visual.
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Arkantonis?
No, thank you. That satisfies me.
I didn't want to interrupt. And just kind of follow up on that, just for clarification. The game has not been submitted to the board, so there's been no approvals on that side. To offer it on the social side, there's no requirement. There's no licensing or approval requirements from this body or.
Correct. For social gaming, there is no licensing, and I believe the social gaming is in use. It has 75,000 Is it daily?
Yeah, no, I understand the background of the social, but that required no,
No.
he wouldn't have even had to have been approved for for a license.
Correct.
Just manufacturing, distribute any of that.
No,
Okay,
not for
I just wanted to make sure, to me, those are two completely separate things. And that's one of the things that was a bit confusing when it was represented, when things were represented to the board, not just in the prior meeting a couple of weeks ago, but in the past, is that and you know, I don't fault anybody. I mean, it's human nature. And I realize that the software is somewhat tied in because you're going to use the social software that you're kind of testing, you know, on an ongoing basis as the springboard for the real money project that you're going to, or program that you're going to offer at some point, you know, for use in gaming. But I just, to me, it's confusing and it's a little bit misleading in my mind to continue to insist like you're on the 1 yard line when you're very close. I'm on the social side. I know you've made great strides. You've spent a lot of time, you've spent money. But my understanding from the materials that you provided to the board, which I won't go into in detail because they were designated as confidential. There's a lot of parts of it that you haven't started when it comes to the things that are going to be an issue once you submit it to the lab. So I just wanted to just get that clear. During the board meeting a couple of weeks ago, you indicated that the social poker product took a hit in 2021 because of the Adobe deprecated the Flash Pro. Is that the same deprecation that they announced in 2017? And they provided an end of life, I believe, at that point, that it was going to be phased out and completely unsupported by 2020?
Somewhere in that time, correct.
Okay. Did you do, not that it matters, but I'm just curious, what did you do between 2017 when they announced it and, you know, now we're 7 years later and you're at 85% to switch it over to a different platform?
It's a great question. Our mobile software, the existing mobile software, is actually a completely separate code base. So we actually have two existing products that are working in simultaneously. We thought that our mobile product at the time, either after we realized that Adobe was going to deprecate Flash
in 2017, you should realize that in 2017, correct?
Somewhere in that time frame. Okay. But our plan at the time was to use the existing mobile software, which was launched in 2018, and we thought we would be able to use that as our platform. But ultimately, we deemed that as
not the path. That 2018 launch, if you will, was based on the Adobe Flash Pro.
Initially, our strategy for real money was based on Adobe Flash. We wanted a product which would be ubiquitous across all platforms, including web. And
I understand that. I'm just trying to, timing wise, I'm trying to get it clear in my mind. You knew by 2017 that it was, as of 2020, it was going to be completely phased out. So I was just trying to understand what had been done during the last 7 years to get this to 85%. Or is it something that you didn't start until 2021, which was the suggestion at the board meeting?
Be as straightforward as possible. We thought that we would be able to use our C++ based platform, which is based on our mobile platform. And that was what we were going to instead, instead of Adobe Flash, we were going to use our mobile platform. We ultimately made a business decision that was not going to be the best case for us, and that an HTML5 rewrite would be more beneficial into maximizing.
And when was that started?
That was started in 2015. That product started in 2015 and successfully launched in 2018.
No. The switch to I forget the acronym, the HT, whatever you're switching it to now.
That was started in 2020.
The HTML5. When did you restart basically on the HTML5? 2020. Okay. And again, that's not, I don't think that's something that, you know, is to me a deal breaker. I'm trying to understand the timeline. I would like to understand how much time do you anticipate realistically that you're going to be in the lab process, assuming you submit, whether it's tomorrow or in December. What what is your understanding of how long you're going to be in the lab approval process?
Well, this ties in with your previous point that, the real money aspects are, there is still a significant work left to complete. All of the geocompliance, all geofencing, KYC, all these things are still very much in the top of mind for us. They are sort of on the tail end of finishing up our HTML5 product for launching it on social. We would like to have most of those things, of course, in place before we send product to the lab. So I do not know exactly how long the lab approval process would take. I would imagine it would take some number of months.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I just, I didn't know if you had a realistic expectation. I anticipate that it might take much longer than months and more into years, given where you're at today. But I just wanted to know what your understanding or your expectation was about, just given where you're at today.
And just to clarify for the record, I believe when he said months, he was just referring to the actual lab review, not getting prepped to submit to the lab. So that may take.
Okay. And then because you haven't been before any of us that are currently on the commission or before any of the people that were in the board, I wanted to understand a little bit about what investigation has been done on Z4 Poker during either before they got their approvals 12 years ago or since then, Mr. Light. I don't know if that's something.
Sure, absolutely. So Z4 Poker underwent a full background investigation for the manufacturer's license, distributor's license, and the interactive gaming service provider license. So that is like a full non-restricted type investigation that got us onto the agenda. And then every year, I say every year, sometimes waivers would last for 2 years, sometimes 6 months. Every year or so, we would give an update to the Gaming Control Board. Update on the status of the company, on the status of the product. It's not that in depth as Chair Hendrick pointed out, but it was an update on where we are with this product. And so that's what we've been providing.
So was there any investigation that you paid for during the last 12 years?
Every year,
I know you
the
pay
investigation.
Well, you pay the fee for the renewal, but beyond the fee.
I think there's like a $5,000 to $10,000 investigation fee that we pay to cover that kind of month to 3 month. We file the application, we talk with the agents, and we get on an agenda.
And I'm sorry, it looks like Chief Hoffman maybe wanted to add something.
That's correct. Every application for waiver of 4080 involved an investigation and investigative fee. So a cursory update investigation, another report to get it on the agenda. And so there's been a cost for every one of those.
Okay. And I was just curious about that because it looked in our materials, it indicated that when you activated your interactive gaming services license in 2022, that's when you funded your revolver for that license. Has that been tapped for these fees or were they just paying those?
The revolver is for stuff ancillary to the actual investigations. I believe that we do a work plan and a money request for each investigation that's funded separately from the revolver.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps just to understand what the process is. And then one of the conditions on when you obtained the licenses in 2012 was that there had to be a key employee application submitted. Has that ever been acted on?
As I recall, I believe Eric Colvin is the key employee of Z4 Poker. I'd have to double check. So,
my materials show that he submitted an application in compliance with the condition, but I don't know that it was acted on. That's my question.
It probably, I can't say off the top of my head, but it probably was not activated because Mr. Colvin at the original licensure of the company was licensed as an officer and director of the company, I believe, along with ownership, including your father. As a member of LLC, member manager then versus.
We can certainly look into whether or not a key employee application is filed. I'm happy to do so.
And that's something, we can certainly look into later. Obviously, my concern is that I believe this is just very stable at this point. I mean, there was never an intention to have, I don't believe in any of the history of the regulation for, to have these approvals granted, licenses issued, and then just have them sit for this long, especially to me, it's a little bit differently situated. Mr. Light, I know you brought up during the Gaming Control Board meeting that some suggestion that you thought, the extension should be granted for this applicant because it had been granted for a prior applicant. To me, those companies aren't necessarily equally situated. The other two companies that you mentioned, at least since I've been on the commission in 2019, they've been before us a number of times. So they have been investigated repeatedly, maybe not in conjunction with their interactive services license or interactive services manufacturer distributor license, but those same people have been before us and the company has been before us repeatedly. So to me, that's a huge difference in how I would, in my comfort level, on whether to continue to grant these extensions. And I wanted to understand better what you've already gone through in terms of investigation. You seem very hesitant during the board meeting, frankly, when the mention was brought about an investigation being initiated. Is there anything out there that would cause you concern for us doing an investigation?
The reason it just caught me by surprise, it's a fantastic plan and we're happy to go with it. I just was not aware that an investigation would be conducted for a 4080 waiver when you activate it. But it makes perfect sense. And so that was the only reason it just caught me by surprise.
Mr. Colvin, is there anything that you would be concerned about if you had to undergo an application today or an investigation today?
No.
All right. Again, I mean, I do appreciate the amount of time and investment I don't feel that further waivers are consistent with the purpose and the spirit of the regulation. Generally, that's not just for you, but in your situation, I am more concerned just because we've basically haven't had any in-depth information. So that's where I'm at this point. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're having a little audio here, but I heard most of that, and I appreciate Commissioner Sartini's inquiry. We've used the word a couple times on this item, exhaustive, and it really has been an exhaustive, but a very important conversation. Not just the applicant, but 4080. And its flexibility and intent and, those conversations. So this has been important. I really don't have much to add. Commissioner Sartini, I hear what you've said. I just feel that the Gaming Control Board's recommendation at this point, should stand. So I would support approval of this. But I think everyone knows that after 12 years, and I think there was a year on this, that, hopefully we won't be doing this again. And I know it's Mr. Colvin's desire not to be doing this again. He wants to be in business and creating revenue with this product. I totally get it. It's hard. I don't doubt there's an earnestness to all of this, and it warrants our approval today. But a dozen years is there should be an end in sight. But I'm not prepared as a commissioner today to make it today. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
In that case, and having seen somewhat of the demonstration and understanding what Commissioner Krolicki said, and with regard to the fact that with all the respect in the world that we have for our Gaming Control Board, Madam Chair, I move.
He needs you to speak up. Brian needs excuse me, Commissioner Krolicki needs you to speak up.
Okay, Commissioner Krolicki, I said, and with all due respect to the Gaming Control Board and also your thoughts and Commissioner Sartini's thoughts, having seen the demonstration to get some clarity for myself and understanding the difficult situation Mr. Colvin and the team are in too, both financially, but with the desire to get to that finish line, however long it takes and as quickly as we can get there. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to move for approval of non-restricted item number 11, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
All right, there's been a motion. Before we have any questions or comments on the motion, can I ask it just came to my mind. Did we ever get an answer, or when will you have an answer if a waiver can be conditioned? I know that was a question at the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. A waiver can be conditioned because it's an approval. It's a request and there's an approval, and approvals can be conditioned. However, in this case, what was put on here was a limitation. It wasn't a condition. A limitation addresses time. So if you wanted to condition it, it would be something different than time.
Okay. I just wanted to know for the future. So there was.
What's interesting, Chair Togliatti, is I think that we've been calling this a condition. And as Chief Agso is mentioning, it's actually not a condition, it's limitation because it's a time situation.
Got it.
So could you condition it? Absolutely. It's conditioned by the fact that we keep doing this over and over, but we're just limiting it and passing it along. So we'll work on getting the words right in the future.
Okay, that makes sense to me, and I appreciate the clarification. Thank you both. Okay, so there's been a motion made. Is there any further discussion on the motion or comments on the motion?
I would just like to comment on the motion.
Oh,
sorry, I thought I turned it on. I had a comment on the motion. I appreciate and respect the positions both of my colleagues on the board. I'm not prepared to support it, but I don't want that to be an indication of any prejudice, should this application come before for relicensing. I just feel that too much time has gone on and that we don't have anything fresh in front of us as far as the company's background, the product itself. And I have serious reservations that it would even matter. That I don't know that we're going to be there in a year, but that's not the basis of it. It's more just, I feel it's just very stale in this circumstance. So, but again, I don't intend that to in any way send any messages about the product, the quality of where you're at, or the suitability of the applicant should it come before us again.
Well, for my point, since I'm the only one that hasn't made my, other than what I said at the beginning, I think that, the board undertook a Solomon-like compromise, if you will, and made some cautionary statements that I would like to reiterate. And sometimes if you can't get it done in time, then that's it's just the way it is. And so I would echo those comments of the board members when I support this motion. So all in favor of Commissioner Marcantonas's motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? All right. Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And the record should reflect that Commissioner Brown did not participate in the discussion or vote on the last agenda item. Thank you for your patience. The Madam Secretary is now going to read in your item, non-restricted number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of MGM Resorts Interactive LLC for a 14th waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.80 as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. MGM Resorts Interactive is a subsidiary of MGM Resorts International and is an intellectual property client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
I think it's good afternoon at this point, but Chair
Thank you.
Togliatti, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert, for the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me is Chandler Paul, legal counsel for MGM Resorts International. And to sort of move along, if it's acceptable, I was just going to hand it over to Mr. Paul to provide an update on the record as to where the timeline that MGM envisions for the interactive product, if that works for you.
Please.
Hi, good afternoon, Commission, Chair Togliatti, Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Chandler Pohl, last name's Pohl, P-O-H-L. For the timeline for this interactive product, without putting a specific date on it, it's approximately about a year. That's the timeline. We have a few other projects MGM does that revolve around sports betting, and we've talked with the board about those projects. Those projects are envisioned now to be the next projects, and then the poker would come after that. For the poker, we were looking at BetMGM applying for a license as an interactive gaming service provider, and then BetMGM also has a poker product that is available for play in 3 states in America. So in terms of being prepared for launch, we have everything lined up. It's just a matter of getting to that point where we go forward.
Thank you. Opening it up for questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that update. Again, I don't feel the spirit of the regulation was intended to be used this way. I do feel more comfortable with your company only because you've been repeatedly in front of us, and I don't feel that your application at least has not become stale. And I do understand the business reasons for some of the delays. I just feel they've gone on too long. So I would support an extension at this point, but I just feel they need to come to an end.
So you are on the hearing agenda because what was discussed at the board meeting wasn't nearly as lengthy as the previous item. And so just so you know why, I don't have any questions, comments, or concerns. Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Cole, Mr. McGinnis. I have no further questions. I will support, again, with the theme of what we've discussed in the previous item, this, and 4080, but I support the application today.
Commissioner Brown or Marcantonis.
Thank you. If I may just briefly, good to see you both. So correct me if I'm wrong, the rewrite back in 2023 was at about 50%. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
The rewrite of the software, was that?
The rewrite of the MGM software?
No.
I don't think there was any rewrite.
Okay. For some reason, I have something in my notes about the rewrite at 50%. So that's not an issue at all.
It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay. All right. All right. And this is a 14th request, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. I'm on the right place. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Neither do I, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we all had a healthy discussion of the purpose of the regulation, and I'm sure you glean kind of some of the mentality going forward of the folks that are sitting here now from the previous item. So I'm not going to belabor it. I'm just going to call for a motion at this time.
Madam Chair, I vote for, move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate you being here today. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Intrepid Pioneer LLC doing business as Pioneer Hotel and Gambling Hall to add, remove, or modify a condition to the license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you so much. Mr. Light is my partner at the firm of Lewis Roque, and I'm therefore recusing myself, and I'll be stepping out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker, and I'm appearing on behalf of Intrepid Pioneer LLC, doing business as Pioneer Hotel and Gambling Hall. I'm joined at the podium by John Berkeley, who is the manager, president, secretary, treasurer, and indirect owner of Intrepid Pioneer. Also in attendance is Ray Moody, who serves as director of operations. We're here today because Mr. Berkeley has served as the general manager of Intrepid Pioneer since November 2020, and he desires to continue in this role. Accordingly, he has requested a condition on the company's license to be modified accordingly. As you know, we made an affirmative presentation at the Gaming Control Board. Among other things, we addressed Mr. Berkeley's illustrious background in gaming. We explained that Mr. Berkeley has been overseeing the casino operations at Pioneer since 2018, which time the casino has experienced great success from both a commercial and a compliance standpoint. Lastly, we address the role and responsibilities of Mr. Moody as a direct report to Mr. Berkeley. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. How are you?
Thank you for having me. Doing well, thanks.
Good. I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments of my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Berkeley and Mr. Light. I have no questions on your background. I mean, it's stellar, and doing this for 22 years. I appreciate the reasons to be in front of us, and I'm supportive of the application today.
Thank you, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being in front of us. I echo Commissioner Krolicki's comments. Thank you for being here with us. Good, very solid background. Mr. Berkeley.
I also echo the comments. Your presentation answered all the questions that I had with respect to your respective responsibilities. And, I think the condition is appropriate at this point. Thank you.
Ditto, as far as the rest of my colleagues go. Thank you for being here today. And you do have an impeccable background, and I support your application. So at this time, do you want to make a motion? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed, and the record should reflect that Commissioner Brown did not participate in the discussion or vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 14?
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Moulin Rouge Hotel and Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Mr. Light from the law firm of Lewis Roca is assisting with this matter today, and I therefore must recuse myself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Debbie Cornine with Century Gaming Technologies. Here in the audience today is Mr. Glenn Light with the firm Lewis Roca. He is representing the landlord on this application. This is a standard one-day operation to retain the non-restricted gaming at the property formerly known as the Moulin Rouge. With that, I'm here to take any questions you may have.
I'll open it up for my colleagues. Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cornine, thank you for being here. I understand the historical significance of this property, and if you or Mr. Light could provide any status on where you're at, I mean, I'd love to see something good happen with the property.
I
So if you have
believe
any
I'll turn
updates,
that
I'd
over
appreciate
to Mr. Light.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Glenn Light with Lewis Roca. My client at the moment is working through with an architect to develop plans that he will then show to the appropriate authorities and public persons. So that's where we are at the moment. I don't have much of an update other than he is working on architectural.
Mr. Light, is it like a single owner?
Yeah.
Single owner in the sense, I mean, are they getting any support from any historical preservation groups or any of that? I mean, it's so rich in its history, so.
Correct. It is rich in its history. My client is a single owner. He's from Australia. He has a background in gaming. He has a background in property. And so this kind of combines his two passions. He's completely aware of the historical significance, and he is going to be keeping that in mind as he develops plans for the properties, and he will be reaching out to the community. But for the time being, I think he's focusing on potential plans first.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have anything?
Just briefly say, of course, as we know, this property is in the heart of our city. We will be very interested to know what the plans are, what the development plans will be, particularly what the staffing will be, what kind of impact we'll have on our community as a whole. So I definitely look forward to that very much. It's just been too long. 1955, it's just been too long ago. Thank you. Happy to support this application.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Krulicki?
I'm also delighted to support, while we've all mentioned it, certainly it was highlighted in the Gaming Control Board meeting. You can never overstate the importance and symbolicness of this place, this site. There's no physical remnant, but the location is there. The story will live on, and this is a pleasure to support continuity to this story, the next phase. And I wish the new owner well, and certainly understand that plans are still evolving and developing. I think we should convene at the trailer for those 8 hours on the day that you're planning on doing this, but celebrate just a very special, if not sacred, part of Nevada's history. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for being here today. I think this matter is ripe for a motion at this time. So who would like to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 14 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. The record should reflect Commissioner Brown did not participate in the discussion or vote on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 1?
Restricted number 1 is the application of Golden PT's Buffalo Badura 81 LLC doing business as Great American Cup for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Golden Tavern LLC for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliotti, Commissioner members, and Madam Secretary. Phyllis Gilland on behalf of Golden PT's Buffalo Badura 81 LLC. This is a new location that we entered into a lease approximately a little bit over a year ago, and it's in its final build out phase. And we are applying for application to a gaming license at this location. So, and we provided some direct information on numbers and things like that at the board. We're happy to repeat if you want. I have with me Dan Grosbeck, who's the VP of our tavern operations, and if any questions in regards to this particular location.
Hi, good to see you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
I would just go ahead and open it up for any questions by my colleagues at this time. I'll start on this side too.
Well, thank you for being here. I just wanted to clarify. So is June 1st still the target date for opening?
Correct. Always the target is June 1st. Yes.
Okay. Well, very soon.
Yes.
How's it looking?
It's coming along quickly. It is. We'll be the first one open in the site. So.
Oh, well.
We ran into a little caliche, so we put ourselves back a couple weeks.
And a couple bucks.
Yes,
A couple weeks and a couple bucks.
more than a couple.
Yeah. For anyone that's ever had to dig in
Nevada.
we know what you're talking about. Commissioner Brown, any questions or comments?
Could you tell us a little bit about your intention to expand the brand?
Absolutely. The Great American Pub brand fits well into our portfolio, kind of falling under the PT's Taverns umbrella. That added to the rest of our brands will be about 7 total amongst the company. But it gives us the ability to, amongst this one in particular is in between 2 PT's Golds. So it gives us the ability to change the brand, change the ambiance, just provide a little different scenery there.
Well, thank you for that. I have no further questions and no areas of concern.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I don't have any areas of concern either. Thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Krolicki?
I also don't have any questions. Commissioner Brown addressed the branding curiosity that I had. And again, in my notes, it was just food offerings, some aesthetics, and more sports memorabilia. But, it's a perfect addition, a wonderful operator, and completely comfortable supporting this application today.
Can I ask just a question that has no bearing whatsoever on my support of this application, because I'm going to support it, but because I'm curious, what goes into a decision about the number of progressive machines that you ultimately decide to have? Just curious, like, how do you make, what are your considerations, I guess is what
they do a pro forma when they're reviewing the decisions as to what to put into a location. Some locations do better with progressives and some don't. And so it's pretty much a financial decision. And also, I think different areas, people like progressives more than others. So whether they're going to put in more Keno or some other things, depending on what we're going to do. So it's just an ultimate business decision based on the location.
Yeah. And also kind of being spread around through 400 square miles, we kind of see the different, demographics throughout
using your own properties.
Yes.
You're not using information from others, or are you?
What's that?
Do you have information from other,
No, just from our
because you have enough.
Correct.
You have a lot.
Yeah. So we kind of pinpoint what works, what doesn't in certain areas, and kind of go based off of those.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. I was just curious. So thank you very much. If there's no other additional questions or comments at this time, would someone make a motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'm prepared to move for approval of restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you very much.
There are
I'd
none
like to
opposed.
thank Agent Erosion too and the whole team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 2?
Restricted number 2 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Great American Pub for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Golden Gap Grand Canyon 86 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Great American Pub. The application of Golden Tavern Group LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Phyllis Gilland, on behalf of Golden Gap Grand Canyon 86 LLC, introduce yourself.
Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, members, Madam Secretary, Jamal Goodrich on behalf of Sartini Gaming.
So we're a combined group here, and we are Golden Tavern Group is purchasing 2 locations. The Great American Pub on Grand Canyon, the Great American Pub purchasing leases of the 2 locations, and one on Grand Canyon and one on Eastern. So with that, this is one of those locations we're purchasing, again, expanding that Great American Pub brand. And we are here to have right to share that revenue. And Jamal is representing Sartini Gaming and will be the space lease licensee.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today. I will open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Gilland and Mr. Goodrich. Always a pleasure to see you. I have no questions. This is straightforward. Happy to support.
Do any of my other colleagues have any questions or comments? There being
Nothing further.
none, does anyone have a motion?
Sure, Chair. I move for approval of restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And
Thank you.
there are none opposed. Thank you. We appreciate you both. Thank you. That brings us, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Great American Club for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Golden Gap Grand Canyon 87 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Great American Club. The application of Golden Tavern Group LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, good afternoon again, Chair, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. Again, Phyllis Gilland on behalf of Golden Gap, Eastern 87 LLC, and Golden Tavern Group. Again, we are purchasing lease of this location, and Sartini will be our space lease licensee, so they'll be our slot route operator, and we are asking for ability to participate in the gaming income. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments on this matter? It appears there are none. So at this time, does someone have a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none
Aye.
opposed.
Thank you.
Thank
We would
you.
like to thank Katie Jones and again, the applications and investigations team. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted item number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of K Market Inc. doing business as Corey's Marketplace to add, remove, or modify a condition. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Debbie Cornine. On behalf of K Market Inc., I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming. We are the SRO at this location. This application is to modify a condition currently on the license. Our hope is to have a full-time change person replaced with an employee of the licensee or business operator who is at least 21 years of age shall be assigned to supervise and actively monitor the machines at all time. The machines are available to the public for play. And we had a fairly robust conversation at the board. And if you, at this point, I think maybe I would just answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with whoever would like to start. If anyone has any questions.
Obviously, one of the things that was very startling was the difficulty in hiring that you experience in that location and that area. And one wonders how you get around that problem. I mean, you can't just suddenly create more population.
Well, it is absolutely a difficult situation for us in an area like that. It's, as you know, Elko itself is not extremely populated, and then this location is 20 miles outside of Elko.
Right.
So this is one of the considerations that we would like the commission to think about, is the fact that we do have difficulty keeping someone in this position. We've had times where had to close the gaming area or bring in someone from the route to off the route to monitor the area while it was open. So being able to utilize the employees at the property would really help us with this issue. We'd be able to use their cashiers and their frontline employees. Of course, we would be responsible for all the training there, and using them because they're going to be at the property anyway. And to be able to double dip, so to speak, on those employees and that employee pool would be very helpful.
Thank you for that response.
And just briefly, good to see you. Thank you for appearing before us. It's my understanding that sufficient training will be provided to make sure that the supervision is appropriate at all times.
Absolutely. Initially when we install our games and we set up our system, we do not have a ticket in, ticket out. We have a cash dispensing system, which requires, training. And when we do that, we also train everyone with regard to what's expected to be compliant with all regulations. And we do even have, we leave sort of a, cheat sheet with each location so that, if they do change out employees, they can bring the employees up to speed on what is expected of them. And then, of course, we're monitoring the locations continuously.
Thank you. No, I understand the need with such a remote market, and I think there's no way around it. I don't think you can circumvent it any other way, so I don't have any issues with the request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also don't have any issues with the request, but want to emphasize, as was done during the board meeting, that the actively monitor is key. And especially in a small community like that, where you tend to have everybody knows everybody, and people a lot of times have children underfoot. I think training is going to have to be very focused on that issue, so that there's understanding of that. I appreciate the fact that you leave information, but it's something that where I would expect that you might have to have more of a hands-on as the operator, the licensee, making sure that those individuals that are responsible for the actively monitoring understand that role.
Yes. And to that point, I think that in this situation, if this condition is approved, we will implement update the training as we move forward. And because new employees, new hires, I think we will go back in and make sure that that training is brought up to date for new employees.
Thank you. Are you willing to make a commitment as to a time frame?
I would
like go.
I would like to not commit to that, but I just it's a small community. We are on property a lot, these locations, and I think that our presence there will also help to make sure the areas are being monitored as we would hope.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything?
I do. Ms. Cornine, welcome. Good afternoon. I'm sorry I'm not with you today. I perfectly understand the need and the flexibility that's being sought today. I guess and I won't even call it a concern, but I just don't like the discretion aspect of what we're doing right now. There was Ms. Cornine, you said robust, conversation with a control board. It absolutely was. If there was just some way to codify this or just have some kind of matrix where, this made sense, because of the population, and Spring Creek is one of my favorite places, a gateway to Lamoille. And if I can get a chance to go, through there and in that neighborhood, I go, I get to see the, best view of the Ruby Mountains. But I think you said big training, and I get what you mean. Like it's serious and this will be done and all of that, but I don't know what big training means. So I would just hope that, I'm comfortable with what you're asking for today. But I just think there's an envelope that needs to go around this, or, when does this discretion apply, that you don't need a full-time attendant, you just need someone paying attention, whether it's a population thing or what, but, there's a high school in Spring Creek in Elko County. So, I would think that there are, but they're not 21. So, and I get that, but, it's not super small, but it's, just on that cusp. So I would just like to take the discretion that we're displaying today, perhaps. I would like to just move forward in a way that we don't, we know what the answer is based on certain set of facts. And so I will support it today, but I don't know if that's a conversation to the control board, to my friends on the legislature, to whomever, but I just think it's something to look at as we go forward and have these situations.
If I may, when we were at the board and having the discussion, I brought up the fact that the grocery store model has really changed. We're not in that in this store and in another store we have on the agenda today. We're not in that separate alcove area. They're the reduced number of games. And at Corey's, we only have 8 games in there. It's right in front of the cashier area. It's just by the nature of the new layout not being a typical standard grocery store of old, I think presents a different set of rules for this location and for locations like it. And I know we have had other locations recently that have been approved, with the modified condition regarding the full-time change attendant. So I just think that we do need to go down the path of, seeing these more, maybe more in the convenience store, like that, this particular gaming area, like I said, is very much upfront and visible to everybody working on the front line. And there's an office. I think each case does probably need to be looked at individually. And I think it all comes down to supervision, and surveillance of the area, line of sight, all the other factors that come into play when we look at convenience stores, truck stops, and the like.
Ms. Cornine, I just had one more thing. I know it was brought up at the board meeting, but I just wanted to confirm that the employees that are currently serving that position are not going to lose their job. They're going to be absorbed, I should say.
I cannot say that definitively. I know that, and I think I did have some discussion regarding who exactly employs these people. I think the current employees right now are Century employees.
Okay. That wasn't my understanding from the meeting.
Yeah, I think that was some confusion that was mine on my end. My understanding is they are Century employees, and going forward, whether the location will absorb them, we have talked to the location about doing that, but I have not gotten a definitive answer on that.
So we don't have enough staff, but we're letting staff go.
Well, for our
do this monitoring.
To do this monitoring. It seems to be a very difficult position to fill.
But there is somebody, at least one person, we think, working there because they may or may not have their job when we pass this.
That's entirely possible.
But you don't know for sure.
Like I said, we've requested that they, be given an opportunity, for something at the location.
So they is more than one?
Yes, there's more than one. I think there might be 3. One's part-time, 1 and 2 full-time.
Okay, that concerns me only because in looking at the models, the pictures that you've sent of them, the different viewpoints, I realize that it's in front, but it does seem to be obstructed.
I
don't know if they've changed.
There was a rack that had some merchandise on it, and we've requested that be removed.
Yeah, is it? I don't know if it's a wall.
That's
or a
the rack that it's got some, various.
It seemed to be obstructed there by the rack, and then it seemed to be obstructed up here by the wall a little bit.
It's not really obstructed by that wall, but yes, the rack was a problem, and we've told them they have to take that down.
Right. I'm concerned, like Chair Tagliati said. I mean, you're coming before us asking us to change a condition because there's difficulties finding people to fill these positions. But in those small communities, there's also difficulty finding jobs for some of those people. And you're asking us to now displace, people from their jobs in the interest. If we're doing it solely in the interest of profit, I'm not in favor of it, because I do think having a person dedicated to it is the better route. I mean, I think they provide better supervision. They're committed to that's their job. They keep it clean. They make sure, minors stay out of it. There's no tampering with machines. If it's an issue that you can't fill the positions, I do understand the economies of the small communities. So that to me is an important issue. I mean, is there, I understood from the board meeting differently. So I basically just expected you to confirm that, yes, these people were going to be absorbed. So that kind of changes things a little bit for me.
So, and I'm sorry if this was a part of the board meeting and I'm just not remembering because it's, a lot of material that we go through and a lot of applications, but the efforts to fill that were not fruitful. Or how significant? Like, no one applied for 6 months? I mean, give me an idea of what we're talking about, because if that was at the board and I missed it, I'm sorry.
I don't think we discussed a timeline on that. I do know when I reached out.
It's hard to fill the job is kind of a vague.
Yeah, it is vague, I
vague,
understand.
yeah.
And so when what I asked and what the response I got was when applications are, or when the job is posted, sometimes they don't even receive any applicants, to fill the job at all. They're just not even receiving applications. And then when they do find someone to fill the position, there then becomes the issue with the people that are filling the position. A lot of times are retired individuals. And then there's the issue of call-ins. There seems to be just a prominent problem with the people that are filling that position as well. So again, we feel that utilizing store employees would be, beneficial to oversee in complete supervision of the area as well, and not having to close the area.
I have a question for the chief. He's like, great, excellent, can't wait. Do you ever have these motions come up or these decisions come up where you require them to have it on the weekends? Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights kind of a thing, or no? The monitoring, the person, part-time, I guess is what I'm saying.
We don't specify when, whether it's a weekend or a weekday or the time of day. It would be more about when machines are exposed for play, when they're turned on.
Because if the concern is the high school kids and all that other stuff and everybody knowing each other and maybe the guard being let down a little because everybody knows each other, I was just curious, had that ever been an option? Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights, 8 hours a day for 3 retirees who were going to lose a job if they wanted to think about it.
I have not come across that.
I was just curious.
Pretty sure we haven't done that.
Anybody? Oh,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brown. Yes. Go ahead.
I just wanted, if I might, Commissioner Solis-Rainey has brought up some, I think, important points. And this is an important decision. And this is you're asking for a modification, but we don't have all that information. And Madam Chair, your comment, we don't know if certain people will lose their jobs, and this is in front of us because we can't find people to fill jobs. If that's somewhat of a quote of yours, I'm just not real comfortable. Perhaps I just need more information to be comfortable. But I think that this conversation, the commission, is valid and it's important and relevant to the decision that we make. The financial one, as opposed to being able to find employees to fill, because that area. I mean, I heard the pictures that we have. There is some obstruction, or certainly half the height of the room is obstructed, and I think there could be an issue here, and we're playing with a policy. I think without necessarily having some of the other facts that are necessary to at least, I think, compel me at this point to be comfortable moving forward. Yeah, and I know what I've said before, but again, Commissioner Solis-Rainey, I appreciate the topic that you broached.
Commissioner Brown?
If I may, just briefly, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are there currently 3 employees, 1 part-time and 2 full-time that are solely attendants for the area?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know how long they've been employed?
I do not. I know that.
Is it possible for us to take like a 2-minute break for you to find out? Is there somebody you can call? Because it would really inform my decision, only because I understand that there's an issue with retention. And I just want some historical knowledge from you through your client to help me understand how long they've been there, how long they stay, if they're constantly being replaced. It would just be very helpful in my decision today.
I can try to make a call for you to see what information I can get on that quickly.
If the chair would indulge, I don't know if that's an option.
You're certainly not limited to 2 minutes. We have plenty to do. You could just give me the high sign when you're ready and I'll call you
All right.
back.
Let me see what I can find out with regard to those current employees.
Before you do that, let's see if anybody has anything else, since you're going to the information source.
Yeah, relatedly, if you were going to ask him for more information, I understand, that there's a problem with call outs and such. If they have any historical information on that and what shifts those occur predominantly and the business volume, just an estimate of, is the problem just the graveyard issue, is a problem, when they do a very small percentage of their business, or is the problem, the day shift? I don't know. But if we can get any more information on to fill in the, I guess, the representations that you've made, that, the recruiting is an issue and call-ins are an issue, I'd like to just have more filler in that.
I can attempt to do that.
Please feel free to give me the high sign when you're ready.
I will.
Because literally I get a little myopic, so you literally will need to do this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It just comes from years of ignoring people in the courtroom.
And Ms. Cornine, you had another one. What number is?
Superior Grocer number, that number 8.
Okay. Oh, that was on consent. Okay.
Number 9.
Okay. Just in case you're out of the room. So
yeah, number 9.
Right, perfect.
You're so focused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're trailing, that is our number 4, correct?
Yes.
So we're trailing number 4 and subject to recall. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 5?
Restricted number 5 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 62 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Hello.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board, William Erga with Hutchinson and Stefan. I've also got both the Crawfords here.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Crawford, chairwoman.
Thank you.
Welcome, and all the other members of the commission. I'm chairman and founder of Crawford Coin, Green Valley Grocery, and Crawford Oil too. So
thank you.
Good afternoon, David Crawford with Green Valley Grocery and Crawford Coin.
Thank you for being here today and your patience. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. I'm going to open it up for questions if that's acceptable.
I don't have anything other than, did you say the courtroom just a minute ago?
You know, when you're conducting a hearing and you've got inmates over here and family members and officers moving around, I'm used to.
I have to admit that sometimes I have to say Your Honor. So please excuse me.
So I know Judge Assad knows what I'm talking about. Okay, so could I open it up to my colleagues at this time? Commissioner Krolicki, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those skills are also important for parenting.
Right.
I totally get how this could happen, moving, into a new building, but it's all the same property, if you will. I think there's a new APN, but that was the gist. As soon as you knew about it, you wanted to make it right. So I think the Crawford gentlemen today are doing what they need to do, and I'm perfectly comfortable supporting this, and certainly empathetic with the reasons they have to be here today. I absolutely believe none of this was intentional. Thank you.
Commissioners.
It's a pleasure to put faces to the names. Thank you for being with us today. It is so interesting and fascinating. I too do not see any issues with this application, and I'm fully supportive, but delighted to meet you, at least visually. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I see this as an inadvertent omission and oversight. I don't have any issues with it at all. And of course, it's taking more time. Had you noticed it in advance, there wouldn't be a blip, but no, I have no issues at all. And it's so nice to see all of you in person. Thank you.
I echo that. I appreciate your patience. You've been sitting there patiently, listening to a lot of other matters that probably you were not super interested in, but this is an inadvertent mistake. I did also want to just commend you on the whole water issue. I mean, it's great that you recognize there was a problem with the water and you were able to get that cleaned up for the homeowners that are in the area. I'm sure you didn't sign up to be a water company, but you are now. So thank you. And I don't have any problem supporting the application. Thank you both.
I echo the comments of my colleagues and appreciate you being here today. At this time, I'm going to call upon one of them to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval on unrestricted item number 5 is read. I'm sorry, restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
Thank you.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much,
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 9.
Restricted number 9, however, is also another one of Ms. Cornine's items.
Okay, we're trailing that. I knew that. I just didn't know it right that moment. Let's see. Yeah. That's consent. So we're talking about, so we're going to go. So let me ask our senior DAG, would you like to get started subject to interruption? And recalling. I did that a lot as a judge too. Right in the middle of a hearing, take a pause and take another matter and then go back to the hearing. If you're not comfortable with that, I'll wait. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I am comfortable in doing that, Madam Chair. However, I would also put out there that a hearing was not requested, so it's a pretty straightforward presentation. It shouldn't take too terribly long, and I realize I risk jeopardizing it being the case by saying that.
Well, you know what I mean by hearing is just this matter to me.
Yes.
It's, I'm going to hear you and so it's a hearing. But why don't you go ahead and start, and if we can accommodate Ms. Cornine and go back to her matters when she's done, then we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm happy to make that accommodation.
Thank you.
Good
So I'm going to
afternoon.
have, do you want to go ahead and read the item?
Yes. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the placement of Neil Ahmed Hearn to the list of excluded persons, case 23-09.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. I have a presentation for your decision today on whether or not to place Neil Ahmed Hearn on the list of excluded persons. Mr. Hearn is not there today. However, this is of no consequence as he did not request a hearing and, thus, is precluded by law from having an administrative hearing. I have prepared 11 exhibits for the Commission with regard to this matter. Would you like me to offer them for admission now or at the end of my presentation?
I've reviewed the exhibits, and unless one of my colleagues has grounds or they think that there's some concern as to any of the exhibits authenticity or anything like that, they're all public documents, save and except for the confidential matter and attachments. So I don't have a problem admitting them now. Any objection by any of the commissioners? There being none.
I offer NGCB exhibits 1 through 11 for admission and ask that exhibit 10, attachment A thereto, and exhibit 11, all marked as confidential, are accepted by the Commission as confidential exhibits.
They will be accepted with those two being confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hearn was properly served in this matter. Exhibit 1 is an affidavit of personal service showing Mr. Hearn was personally served on January 23rd, 2024, pursuant to NRS 463.152, subsection 1. Pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.151, a person may be placed on the list of excluded persons if the Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission determine that the presence of a person in a Nevada gaming establishment poses a threat to the interests of Nevada or licensed gaming, or both. In making the determination of whether to nominate a person for inclusion on the list of excluded persons, NRS 463.151 states that the Board may consider 1. Prior felony convictions, 2. crimes involving moral turpitude. 3, violations of the gaming laws of any state. 4, failure to disclose a licensable gaming interest in Nevada. 5, willful evasion of Nevada gaming fees or taxes. 6, notorious or unsavory reputation which would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. And 7, a written order of a governmental agency which excludes or ejects a person from establishments with gaming. Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28.010 sets out that a finding of any one of these factors is sufficient to include a person on the list of excluded persons. Mr. Hearn satisfies 3 of these factors. 1, Mr. Hearn has prior felony convictions. 2, Mr. Hearn has committed crimes involving moral turpitude. And 3, Mr. Hearn has been excluded from establishments which conduct gaming by the written order of a governmental agency. Mr. Hearn has been convicted of 2 gaming-related felonies in Nevada. On January 10, 2018, Mr. Hearn was convicted of attempted theft. This is shown in Exhibits 2 through 6. The crime involved the theft of gaming chips from a patron at the Aria Hotel and Casino. I have a short clip of this theft, which I will attempt to play for you now. In this clip, Mr. Hearn approaches from behind the patron positions at the table, observes for a moment, and then grabs chips from the position of a patron who is temporarily absent from the table. This clip is contained in Attachment B to Exhibit 10. For Mr. Hearn's second felony, this occurred on June 27, 2018. Mr. Hearn was convicted of grand larceny. This is shown in Exhibits 7 through 9. This crime involved the theft of gaming chips from the table rack at Silverton Casino. I have a short clip of this theft, which I will play for you now. In this clip, Mr. Hearn, in the yellow hat, calmly approaches a table, grabs chips from the table rack, and dashes off. This clip is contained in Attachment B to Exhibit 10. The facts giving rise to these felony convictions all occurred in licensed gaming establishments in Nevada and involved the theft of gaming chips from the gaming licensee or from the patron. Mr. Hearn has committed crimes involving moral turpitude. Generally, a crime of moral turpitude is a crime that is contrary to the accepted rules of morality and the duties owed between persons or to society in general. In Nevada, a crime of moral turpitude includes crimes that constitute intentional wrongs with unlawful or improper intent. Conspiracy to commit a crime is a crime of moral turpitude if the underlying crime is a crime of moral turpitude. Crimes which involve intentional dishonesty, fraud, or intent to defraud are crimes of moral turpitude. Theft, larceny, and burglary are crimes of moral turpitude as they constitute intentional wrongs and acts of dishonesty. Mr. Hearn has been convicted of at least 2 crimes of moral turpitude, both of which involved gaming. These consist of the felony convictions I highlighted for you and showed those 2 clips to you. The facts giving rise to these convictions for crimes of moral turpitude all occurred in licensed gaming establishments in Nevada. These 2 convictions are reflected in Exhibits 2 through 9. Mr. Hearn has been excluded from establishments which conduct gaming by the written order of a governmental agency. On or about January 10th, 2018, 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada, Judge Stephanie A. Miley, ordered as a probation condition, Mr. Hearn, quote, not enter any gaming establishment for the purpose of gambling, end quote. This order is found in Exhibit 2. On or about June 27th, 2018, 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada, Judge Stephanie A. Miley, ordered as a probation condition, Mr. Hearn, quote, not enter any gaming establishment for the purpose of gambling, end quote. Judge Miley further ordered, quote, stay out of the strip corridor unless employed therein. Matt provided an open court, end quote. This order is found in Exhibit 7. Further evidence that Mr. Hearn poses a threat to the interests of this state and or licensed gaming is demonstrated by the fact he has been convicted of 2 felonies for stealing gaming chips, coupled with the fact that the state agreed not to pursue 13 additional cases concerning the theft of gaming chips by Mr. Hearn as part of the plea agreements for those 2 felonies. This is seen in Exhibits 6, 9, and Confidential Exhibit 10. Additionally, a photograph of Mr. Hearn is contained in the Attachment A to Confidential Exhibit 10, and a portion of Mr. Hearn's prison record is found in Confidential Exhibit 11. Any one of the 3 criteria I presented to you today is sufficient under NRS 463.151 to place Mr. Hearn on Nevada's list of excluded persons. Thus, I request the Commission act today to place Mr. Hearn on Nevada's list of excluded persons. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions for you before calling for a motion, or questions or comments. Starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
I'm pondering. And thank you, Senior Deputy Attorney General McKellar. You always do such a thorough job, and you do it well, and you do it with passion. Thank you for what you do for us. You know, I know it's been a long day, and there's still many things to do, but you know, I've already talked about policy and precedent in a previous item, and I think I'm back at that on this case. And I thought about this a lot in the last 2 days when I just really went through this. You know, the Black Book of Nevada, the list of excluded persons has, you know, and forgive me for describing it this way, but it's you know, it's notorious. You know, it's the worst characters and big stories and things like that. And you know, it was hard to get on that list of excluded people. And you know, today we have someone who, you know, please hear me say this, you know, should not be welcome in any gaming establishment. You know, not only the 2 convictions, but the 13 attempts. You know, he's not very good at what he does. You know, but you know, I know it's not someone we wish to you know, have come through the doors for the people that we protect and regulate and all of that. But you know, we've had a couple, you know, again, I've only been on this for a year and a couple months, but I feel like, you know, this is becoming commonplace. I believe before, you know, being added to the excluded persons list was not a regular occasion. So, and I mean this with all due respect, but are we as a Nevada Commission on gaming, are we going to place, you know, anyone who's, you know, grabbed chips from a table in a casino on the excluded list, or if they've done it more than 10 times, or, you know, I just want to make sure that whatever precedent we're setting, or if this is something we want to do as a policy going forward, you know, great, let's do it. But again, with all respect to the Senior Deputy Attorney General, is only doing his job earnestly and well. What are we doing? I know that we had a recent case where there was a gentleman who was at the craps table and had, you know, an accomplice, and they'd make noise and misrepresentation and a chip was, I mean, that is gaming specific. And I get that, because you can only commit that kind of, act of moral turpitude, in that setting. But I'm not sure, what's different between grabbing chips and, people going into CVS or Macy's department store or, a jewelry store and committing a crime. I just want to make sure we, going forward, what are the conditions? What's the matrix look like? Because, is getting on the excluded persons list a really big deal, or is it, really, folks who've committed crimes? And then certainly we've seen people convicted of felonies who've done, in a very dramatic way, stealing of chips on casinos floors in Las Vegas. And are we just waiting for them to also come in front of us to be on the excluded list? So again, I know some of this is philosophical and large, and the day is long already, but those were my thoughts. And you asked me to go first, and maybe that wasn't a good thing, but I welcome comments from my learned colleagues here, and if they have an opinion or a thought about these things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Krolicki. In order to help the commission further its discussion on this policy issue of who belongs in the Black Book, I would highlight that this case would not be the precedent-setting one for putting a person who has been convicted of theft of gaming chips on the list of excluded persons. I can think of at least 2 other cases that I have done in that regard, and a third case of someone who was staking out casinos and stealing cash from patrons. And then I would have to defer to Chief Torgerson and Chair Hendrick. I believe this might actually help casinos keep these types of people out of their establishments. So beyond that, I would leave this policy discussion to the commission, but this would not be a case of first impression.
Okay. And I so appreciate this. And again, I want to support you. I want to support all the staff for the Gaming Commission and Control Board. But I guess my theme would be, if it's a crime that is specifically being done in a gaming establishment, because it's a gaming establishment, not because there's a chip easy to take, or but it's somebody manipulating a machine with out technology, the technology that's in the game, as we've seen before, manipulating the dynamics at a craps table. But again, those are gaming specific things that make any gaming establishment in Nevada vulnerable. I just, because if this is the case, and I understand you just made a little benchmark here, we're still talking about adding potentially a lot of people to the excluded list. And if that's what we want to do, great, great, I support that. But it's this excluded person creep that I want to address, and just make sure that, if we're doing this, this is the policy goal.
So I thank you for that. And, the only addition I have to my earlier comments is that it does fit one of the 7 criteria, and I do appreciate the commission's role as the policymaker in this regard.
Mr. Michaela, I had a question kind of following up on Commissioner Krolicki's comments. How does this come about? I mean, why this person? Because I'm sure there's, while I agree that he does not belong in a casino, what brings this to the forefront for inclusion?
I know the enforcement division takes a look at all the felony convictions that have to do with their agents' actions. This guy was arrested multiple times by their agents. I know it's only 2 felony convictions, but I would also highlight that there were 13 other cases that were not prosecuted based on plea agreements. So they bring to you the biggest gaming crimes that they're aware of. And I don't know if Chief Torgerson is in your room or not. I know she could supplement my explanation based on that. But this individual is not stopping. And so it would help the licensees if he was placed on the list of excluded persons.
I was curious about the fact that, the two convictions related to what, not to minimize them, but relatively petty amounts. Whereas there was another one that was for a huge amount that didn't seem to be prosecuted. So I was a little confused about that. I don't know if you have any more information on that.
I do not have any more information on that. I would imagine it was a part of the plea agreements as to which ones this individual was convicted for and which ones were, declined to be prosecuted.
And then with relation to a comment you made that, this is going to help licensees, do we have feedback from the licensees that this would help them?
I am not aware of that. I believe, but please don't quote me on it, that I have had such discussions with the enforcement division that this is something the licensees support. But like I said, I'm not 100% sure that my memory is accurate in that regard.
And I won't obviously repeat that, or I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but the reason I asked that is because, back in my prior life when I was still in the industry, we spent a significant amount of time as a licensee and in the audit division following up on each and every person that was in the black book. As part of our internal audits, we went through we checked every name in the Cajun credit application, make sure that they weren't being catered to in that regard, by having an open account. We checked their all of the gaming systems. At that time, they were still separate. There was a slot system, a race and sports system, slots, table games, and sports. So 3 additional systems that we went through and checked with that. And then we went through surveillance records, just to make sure that, there was steps in place to make sure that these people were not being allowed into the casino. And that's a lot of work for, the licensee. So that's why I'm curious, how supportive they are of this, because this book could get out of control if you put everybody that does what this individual did into the book.
And I do understand that. I cannot speak any more to that. It is my understanding that other states that have similar lists have lists that are much more voluminous than Nevada's. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people who are excluded for the very reason that they do put this type of individual on their lists.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I know you're doing your job and you're doing it well. Just generally, I wanted to understand kind of what's bringing these. Again, I hate to minimize them because individuals that are this old don't belong in the casinos, but what's bringing this one forward. So I appreciate your help.
If I could just make a couple comments based upon what I'm hearing so far. First of all, I think it's probably a bit of a dangerous assumption or an improper assumption to believe that they didn't proceed on prosecution. We have no idea, because what happens is, to be efficient, if there's going to be a plea bargain, the best practice, and judges will make sure this happens, is that all things are packaged up. And so, for example, if you look at exhibit number 7, you will see that there are 3 persons who are being ordered to be reimbursed with restitution: a Michael McGee, a Longsheng Li, a Juan Sandoval, all different amounts, right? I doubt he ran from one table to the next, or he grabbed 3. That wasn't part of what we saw, right? So what that tells me is right there's two more cases for restitution that got packaged into this case. Oftentimes, when you have someone with $102,000 of chips, maybe they don't live in the United States. So do we take taxpayer money and we fly them in from Singapore to testify, right, for a guy who wants to take a deal? No, we don't. And so the practical realities of what's happening there, I don't think we should gauge anything that we shouldn't assume that was no prosecution. I'm not assuming there was either. What I do know from experience is when you're listing multiple victims for orders of restitution and a judgment of conviction, you've packaged cases unless there was more than one victim named in that case. So that's the first thing I would say. The next thing I would say is because of that, 13 is pretty prolific, right? And so while I agree with Commissioner Krolicki that, usually you have someone that's a slot cheat and they're using a device, or maybe they're doing some kind of team conspiratorial table cheat, and they, that's being caught over time by the eye in the sky. Those are the things we envision will be on the list. But the bottom line is every one of these people are our patrons who are contributing to our economy and the most important industry in our state, and they are being victimized, period. And that the idea, and not once, at least 3 times in this order, for judgment of conviction for restitution, at least one in the other judgment of conviction for restitution. And so I think I get what everybody's concerned about, because I expressed this exact same thing with the panderer case, because the list of pandering defendants is so long, and guess where they tend to conduct their affairs? On the Strip, whether that's in a hotel or outside of the Strip hotels. I had that same concern, but in this case, for the record, I don't have that concern, and I intend to support any motion or make the motion myself to place him on the list of excluded persons for those reasons. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much, Chair. And I concur. I'm not interested in the lack of sophistication in terms of the conduct that's been presented before us. I'm more concerned about the numerosity, the brazenness, and the egregiousness of the conduct. And I think it's just unacceptable in the industry to have somebody like this in Nevada doing this to people who come to Las Vegas to enjoy themselves. I think it is very bad for our reputation. We have an obligation to protect the industry and to maintain the gold standard. And I am absolutely not interested in not putting this person in the black book. I think he definitely needs to be included. And I think that there's a distinction, and correct me, please, Mr. Michaela, between an order from Judge Miley that says, please stay out of the quarter, or please, if you're not gambling, don't go into the casino unless you're working there, versus being placed in the book and giving the casinos, such as the MGM, who lost a substantial amount of chips, the ability to do something criminally in the next step. Can you explain that distinction? Because I thought we had this discussion before, where you violate a court order versus being found on premises when you've been listed in the book.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Being listed on the list of excluded persons is a gross misdemeanor. If a person on that list steps foot in one of the covered establishments, basically something other than a slots only establishment, I would probably be best in deferring to Judge Togliatti as to what happens when a condition of probation is violated. I would imagine they have to hold a hearing and determine whether or not to revoke that probation, but I would defer to the expert on that.
Well, the police run the person. It shows on scope that they have the condition. They reach out to the Department of Parole and Probation officer that's assigned to the probationer. If they deem a violation has occurred, and there's a lot of discretion with the Department of Parole and Probation, they'll put the matter on calendar before the court, even possibly hook them up, for lack of a better phrase, to have them appear in custody for a probation violation hearing, exactly as you understand. Then they can get revoked for violating the condition of probation if, after the hearing, the court found that the violation had occurred.
Thank you, Chair. So I personally would support including Mr. Hearn in the list of excluded persons based on the criteria, which are pretty straightforward to me in terms of the felony, conviction of prior crimes, and the written orders from Judge Miley excluding him from the quarter and from the casinos generally. I think this specific person, if found, he's been called out for egregious conduct repeatedly, and I can't see why we shouldn't protect the industry.
I just wanted to add a comment. I by no means, if the inclination of the group is to put this person on the list, I don't have a problem with that. My concern was, I would in the future just be interested in hearing what the industry's comments are, because before they face such tough penalties, if somebody on the black book was found, to have done any business, that could have been considered an unsuitable method of operation. So I just want to make sure that we're balancing, the issues, and I want to keep these people out of the casino, but at the same time, if it gets unmanageable, I'm just concerned. And if the industry's not concerned, then heck, then I'm not concerned either. But if it makes it unmanageable for them to adequately mirror that, and then possibly face severe consequences for having allowed somebody on and catered to them inadvertently.
Well, in those videos, they certainly don't have much time to he's in, he's out. Did you have any comments or?
I do. I do. There's no way this guy should be allowed anywhere near any casino. I respect everyone's thoughts and comments. I can speak for the industry. I've chaired all the industry councils that exist with all the counterparts at the C levels for at least the last 10 years, if not more years. If this room was full of these people, everyone would say that we support immediately the recommendation to put this person on an excluded list. So as a matter of information, first of all, our job is to protect the casino industry, as we said. So this person from the videos and everything else has the intent, and they're almost looking upon the casinos as their little sandbox. Well, that's not going to work. Now, as in case you're interested, the casinos all have their own excluded lists, not of just gaming, not gaming issues, of other things. You walk in a casino and use foul language at the front desk, you will become an excluded person immediately, and for probably at least a few years. I'm just picking random things. It's not just, we're talking about behaviors that can get you onto an excluded list in every single casino, certainly in the ones I've worked in. Any behaviors that are inappropriate. Now, however, those, swearing at the personnel or treating people as a dog's breakfast or whatever, that's not a crime of moral turpitude. That's just bad behavior, bad upbringing. This is a crime of moral turpitude. This is theft, outright deceitful. It hurts our business. And if we're protecting our business, I think I could adequately speak for all of my counterparts and colleagues that there would be a unanimous decision across the floor. But anyway, sorry, just had to get that off my chest. But the sooner this bad dude is locked out of everywhere, he let him focus on CVS or something. Okay. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Madam.
Okay, so does anyone else
Sure.
have any, yes.
Chair Tagliati, if I appreciate, the stimulated conversation we've had, and maybe it opened us up a little bit here. My comments were never about Mr. Hearn per se. It was about the excluded list of persons and how we approach it. I think we just created policy, clearly. And so I will support it. But the point being, this guy should not be in a casino, but there are going to be many other people. We're going to be like the other states, likely. And when we go through this process, and I think that's fine. We're not the sheriffs of Clark County or Carson City. We're here to protect the integrity of the game, of the industry, of those who regulate, and the patrons who enter their doors. That is our solemn duty, and delighted to do it. It was just a larger philosophical question that I think has had a clear response. So I will support this, and I will expect in the future probably to hear excluded person application or submissions on a regular basis. So be it.
I completely appreciate and understand what you're saying, because I've had this very thoughts in others, but it seems like we can't really, the board, the commission make up changes, and, we just rule on what comes before us, or not rule, but vote. And so, I'm just going to focus on this particular individual and I'm satisfied. If someone makes a motion, I'm going to support it to put him on the excluded persons list. So who would like to do that?
Chair, I move to place Mr. Neil Ahmad Hearn on the list of excluded persons based on the criteria specified under NRS 463-151 subsection 2 and NRS 463-151 subsections 3A and D. In the matter of the exclusion of Neil Ahmad Hearn from licensing gaming establishments in the state of Nevada, I move to place him on the list of excluded persons based on all of this criteria, and this motion for exclusion specifically being based on the following. 1, as presented by counsel, Mr. Hearn has been convicted of felonies under Nevada law. 2, as presented by counsel, Mr. Hearn has been convicted of crimes of moral turpitude. And 3, as presented by counsel, Mr. Hearn has been excluded from establishments which conduct gaming by the written orders of the governmental agency. Mr. Hearn has been convicted of 2 felonies for stealing gaming chips, coupled with the fact that the state agreed not to pursue 13 additional cases relating to the theft of gaming chips by Mr. Hearn as part of the plea agreements for those 2 felonies. Mr. Hearn took $3,200 worth of gaming chips, resulting in a guilty plea filed August 28, 2017, with additional charges on the Nevada Gaming Control Board's 2 different case numbers. In connection with Exhibit 9 that's been presented by counsel, Mr. Hearn's guilty plea agreement dated March 2nd, 2018, with charges for events involving the Tropicana, Bellagio, Circus, Harrah's, Venetian, and the Gold Coast. Mr. Hearn's theft of $108,000 in gaming chips from the MGM and $2,100 in stolen gaming chips from the ARIA as well. The judgment of the guilty plea filed on July 17th, 2018, pursuant to which Mr. Hearn was ordered to pay restitution to Silverton Casino in the amount of $4,700. And in the March 2nd, 2018 guilty plea agreement, Neil Hearn agreed to stay away from all casinos and other gaming establishments during his probationary period. I find each of these 3 reasons for the exclusion are present before this commission and independent of the other reasons are sufficient basis for the commission to place Mr. Hearn on Nevada's list of excluded persons.
So there's been a motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Before we vote, I would just like to personally thank Senior Deputy Attorney General McKella and the entire team, enforcement arm. Again, I appreciate the conversation for what it was. You've all done an extraordinary job and consistent job, and I'm grateful that you are part of the Gaming Control Board. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. So does anyone else have any questions or comments on the motion before we vote? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, Senior Dag.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to recall our earlier item restricted number 4 so we can conclude that. Thank you for taking the time and effort to try to contact your folks with the information.
I was able to get a hold of the manager at the office in Elko, and he gave me a much better understanding of some of the employment issues there. It goes beyond just the finding talent. Also, there is issues because the employees work for the route versus working for the store. I did not have that understanding before. So there's a lot of conflict among the employees in that location. But beyond that, the 3 employees that are there, one is currently, she's beyond an age that she could retire, and she has expressed her willingness to want to retire. So that's one of the individuals. One was hired in January and actually called out today. So we have tech today. Again, this continues to be issues at the location. The other employee's been there and has some other issues, but so there's reason for call out there, but has been there since 21. So that's the status of the 3 full-time. The problem is that because of the difficulties Sentry is retaining those employees, we don't know how viable it would be to continue our operations at the location if we do not make some sort of a change. As it is, we closed the large outcome. We went from 14 games down to 8 in hopes of being able to change the modify the condition. Understanding that we knew it was not a given, we knew that, but that was our hope. The store wanted to remodel the front and change things, so we actually, worked with them to reduce from 14 down to 8 games. So my a question that I have is with this location, because there are others obviously that have reduced the number of games, and they're down to, some. I think there's a Rayleigh's in the area that has, I believe, 5 games, and there's no attendant. My question for the commission, respectfully, is this mostly because we will be losing, employment for those individuals, or, because I think that surveillance condition is fine and totally acceptable. We don't mind having a surveillance condition, which we, have at other locations, and that's fine. But I think that it's not going to probably be beneficial for us to maintain this license going forward. It's something I'm kind of surmising from the conversation I just had.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any follow-up questions? I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey and then perhaps Commissioner Krolicki.
Just a quick question. I didn't hear how long the first person had been with the.
Oh, she's been there. The one that wants to is actually ready to retire. She's been there 14 years.
And to answer your question, although, I mean, generally it's us posing the questions to you, but to answer your questions, in my mind, that isn't the only issue is wanting to preserve the jobs. But that issue goes to the fact that that's the basis for it being brought before us, is that they're having a hard time recruiting and retaining people. And if they have 14-year employees, 3-4-year employees, that kind of cuts against the reasoning that they're giving us for wanting to make this change. So that's not the only consideration for me. I do believe that having dedicated supervision is better in circumstance, even in small circumstances like this, because it's difficult to see from what we have before us. But I appreciate you getting the information, and I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that information is very helpful. My difficulty was reconciling the fact that, people, it was hard to hire people, find people to be hired, and potentially there are people who are going to be let go. So it was, what is the real issue here? I appreciate the financial part, but I needed to hear that. And what you said was terribly important to me. You said there was a Rayleigh's nearby in Elko that does not have a full-time attendant. Just to confirm, that's what you said, correct?
That's
for 5
correct.
games?
In that area, yes.
Then I'm fine. I would still, I'm on this theme today, sorry, but I still think it's important for us to talk about this as a policy. And, if it's grocery store in a certain area with a certain population, that, we can just apply a standard rather than have this discretion. But I will support this application today based on the subsequent information that's been presented to the commission. Thank you.
Commissioners Brown or Marcantonis, do you have anything else?
From an economic perspective, how much will your client save by terminating these 3 employees, 1 part-time and 2 full-time? One has been there 14 years, one has been there 3 years, and the other one since January, I believe, of 2024.
Yes, or no, one was January. Yes, January of 24. Yes, that's correct. And then one that's there has been there 14 years, but is looking to retire. So that employee, I don't really think that we're considering that employee to be necessarily displaced, because she will not be looking for additional employment if she loses this position.
And what are the savings?
The savings,
I'm looking just at purely economic.
Pure economic, it would be 3 full-time employees. They are paid a little bit higher in that area because it is a little more difficult to retain them. However, in this situation, Century is not looking at just the economics of it. They're looking at the difficulty of retaining these employees and keeping somebody in the location full-time. That seems to be the primary difficulty at this location.
And the person who was there for 14 years, who's currently still there, is that the full-time employee or?
Yes,
part-time?
she's a full-time employee.
Okay, I'm just having trouble reconciling your representations regarding retention and the fact that we have 2 employees that have been there 14 years and 3 years.
One employee, 14.
And 1 3 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I don't think retention is an issue for me here. It seems to me like it's more economic and that's fine. I just want to understand clearly what the request is.
Again, I want to say that 2 employees, yes, have been there, but we do need additional employees. Right now, we're down 1 to completely keep the place open when the store is open. So we are currently down employees. And also it has just been the continual call outs as well. It's just the difficulty in staffing, generally speaking.
So you typically have 4 employees to monitor?
Well, I think that's what they would, 3 full-time, 1 part-time, I think is how they would have to, what they would like there, but they don't currently have that.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That's helpful.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I ask one more question? Of course. Ms. Carnine, you indicated these people are Century employees. Is that unusual? I mean, the reimbursement ones seem more typical from what I'm remembering, but
Well, this is the only location that we currently have a full-time attendant for Century. This is not something we currently have going on. I believe that in most cases, they are the employees of the route.
oh, are they? Okay. I remember.
From the past, when I worked at another route company, that was the situation. They had all that those employees were in-house employees.
I see the benefit of that, but I can see the drawback and the tension, if they're being asked to do
And
other
I
duties,
just-
but they don't work for the property.
I was
So,
just now given that information.
Okay.
New information to me.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? All right, well, from my perspective, it seems like this is a unique circumstance in a unique area with unique challenges. And so, kind of leaning towards Commissioner Krolicki's, overarching concerns that we be, and I'll use my summary of what I'm hearing, consistent and similarly situated circumstances. I don't know that this would be the way I would go in a different area with a different location, with different employee circumstances. But in this case, if someone makes a motion in this item, I'm going to support it for the reasons that are in the record. And thank you for making the call and getting that information. So does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to move for approval of restricted item number 9 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Is there discussion or comment on the motion?
This is restricted number.
This is 4.
Number
Four.
4,
I'm sorry, I
sorry,
didn't
the
catch
balance,
that.
you're also on 9, but we're not doing
Yes.
that yet. Apologies. Should I say it again the right way? I'll start over.
Sure.
To make it clear, Chair Tagliati, I move for approval for restricted item number 4 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion?
And there will be surveillance as a condition, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And training.
Training.
Is that part of the conditions of the control board? I'm sorry, it's been a long meeting so far and I can't remember from watching the video if that was a specific, because if I don't think it was a condition, right? Because
Big
the
training.
surveillance. No training.
I would like to add the conditions of surveillance expressly and training as well in connection with this motion, just because of the specific circumstances here.
Absolutely.
So do you want to put a time frame on the training? Because that was going to be a problem when I asked. We don't
60
really know.
days. That training be completed within 60 days from approval.
You think that's enough?
Well, that's
For new hires.
Yes,
for new hires.
Yes.
That's absolutely acceptable.
thank you.
We do ongoing training. I don't believe that that's going to be an issue. The other point I would like to make with regard to training is we did add an amendment to our contract that says we will be required to train as the route operator. We will we will train the employees. That is part of our amendment to our contract.
Are you referring to the second amendment to the participation agreement dated February 15th, 2024?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have that.
Okay, so there's a motion that includes recommendation or a motion to approve this agenda item with the condition of surveillance that was approved by the board and an added condition of training of new hires within 60 days of approval. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And there are none opposed. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Okay, so aye would be Krolicki, Tagliati, Brown, and Marcantonis, and nay would be Solus Rainey.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted item number 9.
Restricted number 9 is the application of United Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Superior Grocers for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, I needed to make this disclosure for the record. United Coin Machine Company and Century Gaming Technologies are adverse to a client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate.
Good afternoon. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Debbie Cornine, Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. This application is for Superior Grocer. It is located in Clark County, and the gaming area in this location has been designed with the idea that there would not be a need for a full-time attendant. There's only 7 machines in this gaming area. And the gaming area is approximately 9 feet from where the full-time cashier would be placed. However, we are open to having the condition for the full-time attendant placed on this to be revisited perhaps in the future.
And there's well, the mirror looks huge, but is that just the scale? Is that like to scale with the cashier stand? Because even on both diagrams, the small one, that has kind of the full layout versus the other one, the mirror looks significant. Is that just?
It covers the area, but I don't think that it's probably as large as it appears.
Okay, I figured. I was like, wow, that's. Okay, I would ask my colleagues, excuse me, if you have any questions or comments.
As far as comments, I believe on this one, the recommendation from the board was to maintain the condition that a full-time attendant must be on duty at all times. The machines are available for public, to the public for play. So with that condition, I'm prepared to support the application.
Any other comments before I ask for a motion? All right, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I believe there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, I believe our next agenda item is a consideration of one gaming employee registration appeal.
Correct. That item is Tyler Warren, case number 21LV08907.
Does anyone believe they saw Mr. Warren here today at any time? I'm going back to my earlier comment. I tend to focus on the dais and the podium and not the audience necessarily, and I don't. So So the record will reflect that it's 4 hours and 20 minutes past the time that Mr. Warren would have been advised to appear. To our knowledge, he has not checked in with anyone or advised us that he had to leave for was here and had to leave for an emergency. You, Madam Secretary, have not received a call or an email indicating any exigent emergency and asking for a continuance or anything?
No, I have not. Last correspondence I had was him saying he would be here.
Okay. Well, I believe we had indicated to you, to the, when I say we, I mean the Deputy, Chief Deputy Attorney General, had advised the members of the commission that this was going to be a bifurcated hearing, that we would consider evidence of first, whether the appeal was timely. And second, the substance of the appeal, if it was deemed to be properly considered, that there was a timely request, and that the commission wanted to entertain it, and then we would have that subsequent substantive determination. I will say that, you know, in my capacity as chair, these kind of deadlines and things come to me, and for the most part, I consider my position in this has been fairly generous, in that if there's a you know, a 2-day gap, or you know, something that's communicated where the intent was definitely there and the efforts were undertaken, and then something was askew, but it was minor or insignificant. I have not brought that to your attention, and we've gone forward on it because, you know, it's you know, I know this group, and I feel like your intentions would be to give consideration and give people their day, right? And so I understand that, and I don't disagree with that, and that's why I do it. In this particular circumstance, we kind of had a little bit of a difference on you know, what staff was saying about the receipt of documents and what Mr. Warren was saying. And so when you have nothing, no document, no request, no written anything, and someone says, I sent it, I'm not comfortable, right? Having that be the standard for me personally in the future, because this goes back to, we're treating similarly situated circumstances the same. So that's not something I'm going to say, oh, well, we err on the side of giving people their day, because then we might as well just throw all the timing rules out the window if I do that. So what I decided instead, in consultation with our chief DAG, was to put it before you so that you could be, you know, understand the circumstances and make your own determination. And by making those comments about throwing the rules out the window, I'm not trying to suggest that I think that his position should be completely disregarded. I'm just saying, I don't want to be in a position where I'm doing that without your input in the future, either saying no or yes, because it does have that impact, right? Potentially. If you all found the facts to be that there's insufficient satisfactory, reliable information that he presented a timely request, and that somehow it just got lost by the United States mail, or employees of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, or whoever handles the mail between the U.S. Postal Service and the Nevada Gaming Control Board staff and mailroom. So that's why it's here. That's why we're looking at it that way. So in case you're wondering, what is this? That's kind of the genesis of it. So are you all familiar with the materials, and do you understand what I'm referring to as far as the letter? I mean, basically, Mr. Warren's position, even though he's not here, I'll speak for him, was he sent the time, you know, he sent it, and he gave a postnet receipt, which, you know, and so that's up to you as far as what you want to discuss, but you're all familiar with the record, so you can go ahead and you know, discuss it if you'd like.
I do have one procedural question, Chair.
Sure.
If I may. Had Had the applicant, the appellant, emailed a copy to Madam Secretary, would that have been deemed sufficient from a procedural perspective?
I can't remember if we've had one of these where they said I emailed it instead of mailed it, but you know what? If we had eyes on a request for an appeal, right, to be heard, to come before the commission, I would have said there's, substantial compliance. And I would have just not put you through this and we would have just heard it substantively. That's how I would have handled it, absent information from the Deputy Attorney General to the contrary that I couldn't do such a thing. That's how I would handle it.
I find from the materials that there are emails from the appellant, Mr. Warren, and so he's familiar with the people he is supposed to email to the extent he has questions or submit a courtesy copy. And I just don't see that, based on the record before me, that this is timely. But I just wanted to confirm before I make a decision on that.
Well, and I know Commissioner Solis Rainey was pointing to some receipts and things, and so I'll let her address that.
Yeah, I mean, the emails, I just wanted to make sure I was looking at these properly. It looks like the individual claims he sent them the request for the appeal on January 4th, and he provided a receipt showing that he sent it on January 4th. It is addressed to the Nevada Gaming Commission, and it is from him, and he paid for expedited handling. And then we also were provided a tracking number showing that that same tracking number on that receipt was delivered to Carson City. So I would tend to give him the benefit of the doubt that he did send it as he believed he had to. He may not, he could have issued, send a courtesy copy, but people always understand that, and they tend to follow the letter of what they're told that they have to mail, send in or mail in a written request. So on that point, I would give him the benefit of the doubt, but substantively, that might be another issue.
So the tracking number in the document that you're referring to was given to us is like it looks like a 3-inch by 11-inch or 10-inch slip, and it says delivered to Carson City 89701. That's what it says. So I understand the tracking matches and all of that, and I understand that. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have his hearing, but at some point I wasn't, being Inspector Gadget and kind of putting in assumptions that it must have been the letter, that it must have been, and I'm concerned he's not here, quite frankly. It's just kind of
And
surprising.
Just for clarification, he didn't provide the delivered receipt. That's something that our own agents were able to pull, our own staff was able to pull up from the tracking number. So that was independently, you can track something once they give you a number.
Right, but that doesn't mean it doesn't.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you pay $50 to mail something to the Nevada Gaming Commission, I'm willing to give them and I respect that you might not be, but I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that that's what he sent.
So it's fine to go ahead and make a motion on this because quite frankly, I think the other reason I'm torn is the safer thing to do is have the substantive hearing. I just, you all need to understand that this is what we get, right? I mean, he knows exactly what to do. Shouldn't come to a hearing and do all these things. But, we're going to be kind of just excusing certain mistakes and that's fine. I'm fine with doing that because I think it's better to do the substantive hearing. But I want you to understand that that's kind of the record that we have here and he's not here. So if we don't want to belabor this point, then maybe you could make the motion because you want to have it heard. If you have support, then we'll have the second part of the hearing.
Well, I would move that on the first item, the first prong of this bifurcated issue, I would move to consider the appeal timely and then just decide it on the merits of what we have in the record.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, now we have the substance of the motion to consider. He's not present. I assume that we can consider it in his absence and rely on the transcript and go ahead and have a discussion, and then someone can make a motion, whichever way they want to make a motion, and then we can go from there.
That's correct. You would look at what's included in the record on appeal anyway. So
And I guess this is not related to him because we've already decided to hear it substantively. I'm just curious for the future. Are we obligated to have the hearing when they're not here? Can you take, in it's not like a courtroom setting where you take it off calendar and then they still, because they would be untimely after that, correct? Or how does that, what are the
They've
options?
requested a hearing.
Right.
So it is, they petitioned for you to reconsider this, so you should reconsider it. If you are not comfortable that they're not here, you can always continue a month and see if they appear, see if there's a reason.
But if we don't, and we go forward today, because next month we have all the other people who have had they've been waiting, right? And we have numerous matters set forth. If we decide not to do that, but then he wants reconsideration, is that any part of our process? If we go forward today and he comes back and says, look, I broke my leg in this car accident on the way to, the Grant Sawyer building, is there any remedy for him?
No.
Okay.
Not except as you find today. So if you find, so this is on for reconsideration. It's a 5-year time frame if you uphold the objection, or such lesser time as you may set.
Okay, that makes sense. And so this was a 5-year when he got 2 years last time. Or was it 2 years? I'm sorry, confusing my. Wasn't it?
I think it was 1 year.
Was it
but
1 year?
I could be wrong. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I guess that's, so as I understand it, if we move forward today without his appearance, right? And if it's, if this group decides he should be allowed to have his work hard, great for him. If not, then he has no ability to come back unless I just don't hear it. We don't hear it and we push it off another month and wait for him to give us the reason he wasn't here for 4 hours and 33 minutes.
Correct.
Yeah, well, my vote would be to go forward. We have a lot of business of people to undertake, including next month. And so if that's okay with the group, do I need a vote for that, or we already kind of decided that?
To go forward?
Mhm.
No, you can just go forward and have the discussion. Correct.
Okay. Who would like to start?
May I, Chair?
Please.
Thank you so much. I was reviewing the record and I was hoping to ask some questions, but notwithstanding that, I think I have sufficient information on the record based on the analysis of the severity, relevancy, and recency of the events. I find from the record that Mr. Warren has regressed. He is still drinking and speaking with his ex-girlfriend as recently, I think, as 2 weeks ago. She is allegedly a trigger for him, and he blames her for a toxic relationship. I don't find that he has taken full responsibility, and he's regressed since his last hearing. He no longer attends counseling. He started drinking again, albeit he claims socially and not as aggressively, and that he's not angry anymore. He was 485 days sober at the last hearing, and he was going to AA meetings every day, and then twice a week, and then once a week, and now not at all, as I understand. I think his last AA meeting, he explained that he was drinking again, and so I don't think he's getting the AA support because he's simply not attending the meetings. I'm also concerned about the lack of accountability. He claims in the hearing transcript that I observed that there was a huge misunderstanding and that his girlfriend at the time was going to the police station to talk about domestic abuse generally because she was allegedly having an affair and wanted information about that person. But when I review the interview information with a police officer that interviewed the victim, it's pretty clear to me, based on the fact that she showed pictures on her cell phone, was afraid to share pictures on her cell phone, made clear that she thought he was going to kill her during the incident that occurred, that there was no huge misunderstanding. And so I'm very troubled by the fact that he characterized it as such when it's pretty clear on the record that 2 strangulations in one night, one with a chokehold in the hand and the other with strangulation in the closet, where she passed out each time. I'm not comfortable allowing him to work in the gaming industry at this time. And I personally am fine with the 1 year versus the 5 years in terms of allowing him to seek redress again. But other than that, I find that the record before this court does not show sufficiency of improvement. And in fact, I think he's simply regressed quite a bit. And that's my position. And I'm interested to hear other thoughts, of course.
Would like to additional comment?
I would just comment that I too don't feel that sufficient time has passed. This is a matter on reconsideration, so I would be inclined to support the 1 year if that's everyone's pleasure. I'd support 2 or 3 years also. So it's just a matter of how everyone feels, what an appropriate length of time. This happened, in 2021? It was closed it. So for me personally, I think I'd need at least a couple more years, but like I said, I am willing to support letting him come back earlier if that's the pleasure of the group.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
I wish the gentleman had been here, as I'm sure we all do. When we go through all the detail, yes, he has regressed. The only glimmer of hope that he has is that reference letter from the casino operations manager at MGM, which really was extremely glowing. I mean, for a manager to write something like that and it's all BS, frankly, is almost a crime in itself. But assuming that this person had that kind, at least he had the foundation, and subsequently, whatever cards he's been dealt are not really what he's been dealt, it's how he's played them. So I agree that I certainly would agree with Commissioner Brown that I would support the 1 year, but his absence has created that situation for him. Thank you.
And I'm sorry to waffle, Chair, but I after listening to Commissioner Solis Raining, I don't object to a 2 year given the circumstances. And I only say that because he's not here today. And I had specific questions and I was concerned when I read the police report and the information that this was not an isolated incident. I understand that the ex-girlfriend's ribs have been broken before, and there was, I think, a history of domestic violence. This wasn't, like one night when things went wrong, she pretended to call the police, he got enraged and strangled her again. I don't think this is a one-time event, and I am fine with 2 years in light of the regression and the failure to, attend the AA meetings and improve. I do note for the record, though, that he hasn't had any other warrants or arrests since the arrest on June 16th, 2021, and that the incident occurred on September 27th, 2020. But I am troubled by the fact that he's still speaking to her as recently as 2 weeks ago, and he knows that she went on a cruise. I think there's just too much connection there, and I don't know if this trigger is going to happen again, but I do understand that her ribs have been broken before from his abuse. So I'm fine with 2 years instead of 1, but I am again interested in thoughts.
As would I be.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the conversation. I too wish a hearing should involve the person who requested the hearing. Very disappointing. I was ready to support sustaining, the recommendation, but for the 1 year. If my colleagues are more comfortable with 2 years, I will support that as well.
Okay, I don't have anything in particular to add to what's already been said. It seems like the collective kind of consensus is that that the comments in the most recent hearing about drinking and continued contact, those being the most concerning, are still going, is a big part of where everybody's standing right now on this matter. And so to the extent someone wants to make a motion, I intend to support it, whether that's 2 years, 1 year. It's really up to whoever wishes to make, honestly, 2 years doesn't bother me. So.
Chair, I move to sustain the board's objection to Mr. Warren's being employed in a gaming capacity for a period of 2 years.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Okay, it's unanimous and there are none opposed. Thank you. Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with Chair Hendrick.
Thank you, Chair Togliatti. We anticipate a one-day board meeting on Wednesday, May 1st. We're looking at 8 unrestricted items that will start at 9 a.m. And right now we have 7 restricted items that we plan on. So hopefully it's a shorter meeting.
Thank you. Anything from our Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Chair.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
I will first go to Carson City. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium.
It's pretty lonely up here.
Yes. Is there anyone here? Well, we do have, I know myself and others want to make comments, but before we do, is there anyone? There is no one present from the public that wishes to make public comment at this time. I just want everyone to know Commissioner Brown is going to speak, and then I would like to just follow up on her comments.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Today is the last day of my 4-year term as a commissioner with the Gaming Commission. It has been a true pleasure. I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's been a privilege to serve the state of Nevada and to sit with all of you for 4 years, in some instances less, but it's been such a pleasure to meet all of you and get to know all of you and learn from all of you. I'm grateful that Governor Sisolak entrusted me with this opportunity when I applied for the position at the beginning of the pandemic, when I was worried that there would be nothing for me to do because the courthouses were closed. And it's been the busiest time of my life. And I've enriched myself in learning about the beautiful state of Nevada, learning about applicants from all over the world and meeting people that are way smarter than me and can teach me so much and, are so impressive. The cadre of the people that I've met, not just sitting next to me and that I watch once a month on the board level, have been so impressive. And I feel so privileged and lucky to have learned from all of you every single month. I've been impressed by the dedication of everybody who works on the team, the investigators, the staff, the attorneys. It's just the DAG, IT, everybody's just been impressive. The machine here works well. It is a well-oiled machine and the gold standard is well and thriving here. I also wanted to thank Governor Lombardo for extending the offer for an additional 4 years, but I had to graciously decline. I have a very busy practice and I'd like to focus on mentoring my associates. And I've just recently been appointed to the Legal Aid Board, and that is another privilege of my career, and recently been certified as a AAA arbitrator. So I need to make decisions in terms of what I'd like to focus on. And I feel very privileged. This is a privileged license that we issue when we meet people. And I feel that it's been a privilege to serve with all of you. So I just wanted to thank everybody. I look forward to seeing everybody continue to do excellent work and to make me proud. And I hope to see all of you. I count all of you as friends. And if you ever need anything, of course, please call on me. And it's truly been the greatest honor of my profession to sit here with all of you.
Oh, thank you. Well, I asked Commissioner Brown if we could thank her for her service at the beginning of the meeting, and she said no. So if you're wondering why this is happening in an empty room and didn't happen at the beginning of the meeting, because I asked her twice and Commissioner Solis Rainey asked her once, and she said, no, thank you. So not wanting to have the too much focus on herself, and I appreciate that and understand that. I just want to say on behalf of myself, and I know my colleagues may want to be heard, but it's been an absolute pleasure. You're so smart. I know firsthand from outside of this venue, you are a very good lawyer. A very good lawyer. You're in high demand. There's no doubt about it. I've met some of your clients. I've had some experiences. You have a lot of work. And whether that's, you getting stuck in court and I'm on the phone with you I can hear your high heels clicking in the background to get here on time. But I mean, between your financial expertise, which we're going to miss, your willingness to ask really hard questions of folks that, it can be awkward, and you do it with such grace. We will miss that. And, It's been a pleasure serving with you.
Thank you. You've been an amazing chair, and I appreciate the kind words.
Thank you. I wanted to echo the words from Madam Chair. You have been an absolute sunshine to be here. Every time we come here, you smile, and it makes me smile. I've had the pleasure of not only going through law school with you, but also serving with you the last 4 years. And I appreciate the questions that you always posed. And, as Madam Chair said, you do it in a gracious manner. And I rarely have questions after you have taken a stab at asking all your questions from the applicant. So I'm going to miss that. But I'm going to miss just you most of all, just you being the person that you are. And I appreciate it. I wish you the very best of luck. And I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thank you. I appreciate your friendship. You don't have to.
Yeah, Commissioner Brown, no, I have to say it. I think that the phrase, you're like sometimes sunshine, is very adequate. You have been so great to work with. I have learned so much from you. I've enjoyed getting to know you and even David a little bit too. And I'm going to miss you occasionally leaning over and whacking me when you think I've said the wrong thing. But hopefully someone else will take that role and just to say, okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about right now. Wish you the luck, and we have no intention of staying out of touch.
Thank you. I consider
Good
you a
luck.
friend, and my successor, Abby Silver, is my mentor. She's absolutely amazing, and I think you all will be very pleased to sit with her and learn from her, and she will learn from you as well.
And Chair Tagliati, Commissioner Brown.
Oh, Commissioner Krolicki was going to go.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, please.
Thank you, sir. I hate to get in front of a chairman. Commissioner Brown, Ogana, what an absolute pleasure you have been. The upside is perhaps Commissioner Marcantonas's knee might heal and he won't need to ice it after any meeting, every meeting. I love the Girl Scout cookies. The things that you bring to the meeting beyond the professionalism is just that attitude. You do light up the room, and your thoroughness. I often want to let you, unless Chair Tagliati does the Socratic method, I look forward to you going first because you are so thorough. I mean, you're so prepared. The post-it note business is going to be impaired with your absence from us because, you just were impeccable every time. But the smiles, the friendship, the smarts, we couldn't ask for anything more in a colleague. And so you may be leaving the commission, but you're certainly not leaving our friend orbit, and you will see us often and regularly and socially. But I just thank you for your public service. It means a lot. It's been at the expense of, billable hours and a lot of things we all sacrifice, but we certainly know that you have in your time. Godspeed. You're my friend, and just thank you for being such a wonderful colleague.
Thank you so much, friend.
And you forgot to say we brought curling into your world. I mean, that's been a great joy of yours last year.
Commissioner Brown, from me personally, and on behalf of the 400 employees and agents of the Game Control Board, just want to commend you for all your service to the state and thank you for it. It's been a pleasure for all of us, and we wish you the best.
Thank you for the kind words.
May I add one thing just in case anybody else in the room doesn't know this, but Ogana is actually a princess by blood. So it comes naturally to her.
Wow. I did not know
The secret. Thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, she's like, thanks.
I will miss every one of you, and I'll miss the work. It's been just
Chair,
wonderful.
Do you mind if we shared a few words?
Pardon me?
Do you mind if we shared a few words?
Oh, no, not, of course
I
not.
just also like to add my thank you, and I think you've done such a wonderful job here on the commission. I remember when I first came onto the board, you welcomed me with open arms, sent me an email and told me anything I needed to know, you'd be happy to help me to the extent you could, and kind of showed me around and showed me the ropes. I appreciate you doing that. I think you've done everything with such great balance, such grace and elegance and wit. And as someone already previously mentioned, you ask the tough questions, but you did it in a very polite way always. Thank you for adding to the commission the way you have and for your presence and smile and laughter and friendship. I appreciate you.
I appreciate the kindness. Thanks so much. It means a lot.
And I would just like to echo all the words that have been spoken here earlier today. I'm going to miss your sound judgment, your legal acumen, your bright smile, and the energy that you bring to each and every meeting. So I look forward to seeing you 1 year, I guess, from now.
I will see you all again. Thank you. It's not goodbye. It's just, I'll see you around. Thank you. See you later. It's been a pleasure, truly. Thank you.
This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. We are adjourned.
Yay.